Muchas gracias. Pues posiblemente, se lo dije al rector también, vaya a requerir de la ayuda de todos ustedes, como fuerzas vivas de la ciudad, porque nuestro comodato aquí acaba en 2027 y la Iglesia no está segura de renovarnos o no.
Es un hombre que todavía...
Pues ya les iré contando, si vemos dificultades...
Caribbean, because our university has had this tradition to become a space for dialogue and reflection about the issues of the Caribbean. So this is why we created this International Institute on Caribbean Studies. We have our ambassador today, Margarita Manjarres, who came to be with us from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. She's the director of regional mechanisms. I mean, she's got the responsibility to serve all these regional organizations. We also have Mr. Sabongi, Rodolfo Sabongi. He is the Secretary General today of the Association of the Caribbean States. And we've invited and we thank Ms. Elizabeth Salomon. She's the director for regional relationship of CARICOM. So we're very happy to have CARICOM here with us. We hope and we believe we are going to have a wonderful event once we hear the address from the board of directors. We're gonna hear the talks from our speakers, Mr. Sergio Diaz Granados. Thank you for being here, and Mr. Bruce McMaster, who will be with us in short. He's now traveling, and then we're going to have all the panels we have planned, which are going to be of your interest about maritime connectivity, climate change, among other topics. So welcome everyone. Welcome to Cartagena, to this welcoming city, the city giving you this special warmth, especially to those that come from the mountains, for them to feel the energy that we have here. And all of you, thank you for being with us. Thank you again, and I wish you all the best. I wish you the best day for those that are visiting. Thank you, Mr. Moneda. Next, we're going to hear the words of the members of the Board of Directors. Mr. Miguel Gonzalez, Director of the Training Spanish Cooperation Center, our host. Good morning, everyone. For those coming from outside from Colombia, welcome to Colombia. Those coming from Bogota or the cities, Ambassador, welcome to Cartagena, and everybody, welcome to this training center, who's very happy today to welcome you to open this event that matched the spirit of our training center. I want to welcome my colleagues at the main table, the rector of the University of Cartagena's Captain Salas, the general of the port, Ambassador Manjarres, Ms. Elizabeth Solomon, the secretary of CARICOM, and Mr. Rodolfo Sabon. Alfonso, you are the engine, the conspirator for this encounter. to be a reality. Dear Sergio, welcome to this home. This is your home for decades, and I'm the host and a good host. Wants his guests to be happy and welcomed. So I'm going to be very brief. So this training center is here in Cartagena in Colombia, but this is not a training center only for Cartagena and only for Colombia. This training center has a regional reach out with this Caribbean scope also because Cartagena and the University of Cartagena, as we discussed with the principal, is gaining this regional observing role to bring proposals to the table to contribute to a better governance of the Great Caribbean. And the other day we spoke about certain topics, which is how climate change is affecting all the countries in the Great Caribbean, how climate change is affecting the food security. So here is where we discuss and where institutions such as the university together with the Institute of Caribbean Studies and this training center can come together to add value. No doubt this meeting matches that philosophy. And with Alfonso for months, we've been organizing this event, which has successfully brought us all here together. I hope that today and tomorrow is a productive, fruitful encounter, and so that everyone is enriched in their knowledge. Welcome, everybody, again. Next, words by Mr. William Castillejo, the rector of the University of Cartagena. Good morning, everyone. Special greeting to Mr. Sergio Diaz Granados, Captain, Sala Ambassador, Margarita Manjarres, Mr. Miguel Gonzalez, Mr. Jorge Acevedo, Mrs. Elizabeth Solomon, Mr. Rodolfo Sobanje, and of course, one of our accomplices. He's part of this organization, which is Mr. Alfonso Munera. I'm honored to give you this warm welcome on behalf of the University of Cartagena to this valuable event that celebrates the 30th anniversary of the Association of Caribbean States. It's a privilege to be here where different countries and cultures and wills converge in favor of the development and cooperation towards our Great Caribbean. The University of Cartagena, in its 197th years, is still committed to the academic excellence and with reinforcing international bonds, being a beacon of knowledge and culture for our city and the country. Today, we are honored of being part of this meeting that started here in Cartagena 30 years ago. The Association of Caribbean States has had a crucial role in regional integration, fostering dialogue and joint action towards the challenges in the Caribbean, especially on climate change, connectivity, and economic development. This meeting is an opportunity to reflect on the path walked and to renew our commitment towards the future, a future where education, research, and social development in the framework of international cooperation and the achievement of joint and sustainable objectives continue to be the pillar to face the challenges in our region. I wish you a very productive day full of alliances and collaboration to continue to reinforce our identity and our unity as the Caribbean region. Welcome to Cartagena, and of course, I mean, we are not in the campus of University of Cartagena, but welcome still to the city. Next, Captain Alfonso Salas, General of the Port, General Manager of the Port of Cartagena. Good morning. This is a wonderful opportunity. I wish these meetings happen more frequently. I want to thank Mr. Alfonso Munera that in the last 30 years has dedicated his time to bring us here. We have Mr. Sergio Díaz Granados, a Colombian citizen working for the development of Colombian Latam. So this is an opportunity for you and your dedication and commitment to allow Cartagena and Colombia to have this capability to foster more investment. I'm not going to repeat the names of the board of directors. They have already mentioned them. I still see some of you who I know. Mr. Ricardo Sanchez, who has been with us for many years too. He came from Cuba to be with us in this meeting. And we also have a Mexican man here, but I want to tell you what he does. Jorge Acevedo. He's important. He is the person that has the greatest identity, or he identifies himself as the nearshoring. This is to bring the products where the market is. And a success case is Mexico. And Mexico is a good example of that. So I encourage that you take a close look to this and take a close look to what Mexico is doing, because there, Colombia could have those same opportunities. Look at the impact of finding the solutions to generate prosperity. See how Mexico has grown. What do they have in addition to rancheras and tequila that we should recognize? But in addition to that is that the fact that they have this economic prosperity. Along these days, Jorge is going to be sharing some of the reasons of why Colombia is not awakening to those markets. And this is not just the competition with Mexico, but a complement so that we can reach out to the U.S. market. And when you see where Colombian and Mexicans are, I think the difference is in the costs. So the essence of this meeting is that I would like to see Mexico as the most strategic point to reach out to markets. I would like to encourage you I have this content. We've identified where the biggest possibilities are and the biggest maritime transit. Look at Suez and Gibraltar, and there you're going to see the connectivity and the flow of vessels that go through Quitador and Roncador and Quitasueño, which is Colombian waters in the north of Providencia. So if you stand there at the lighthouse, you can see much of the trade and much of the connectivity in the Caribbean. With that, we have a possibility that in this 21st century, there it is, there it is. It's not the full picture, but okay, that's it. Everything that goes through Panama coming from the south and from the east coast and from the Pacific. So that little map up there is showing the opportunities that we have identified. This is one of the annotations from one of the book of Mr. Alfonso Munera, which talks about the ancient colonies and how wealthy we were in the Caribbean. And we'll have to repeat that in the 21st century. This is the century of the opportunities, and this is what we expect to discuss along these days and reflect on the importance that we've gained in this 21st century. Well, back then, products were different. They were gold and silver. And the world lived off those two articles and products to grow economies and to make the Caribbean one of the hottest points in the world. Was that is what Spain did to expand their empire based on those metals and minerals. And through that, the silver went back to the monarchy of Spain. So dear representatives and distinguished friends, I want to thank for the presence of our army, of our military personnel. We've lost in recent years more than 1 million square kilometers of our waters. So again, this is a huge opportunity and a privilege to celebrate the 30th anniversary of the Association of the Caribbean States. This, in this opportunity, we can look back and reflect on what the countries have achieved and to reflect on the possibility to project into the future where we are, where we're going. The countries of the Caribbean are vibrant in their culture and history, from the mountains in Jamaica to the quiet beaches in Barbados, the Panama Canal, and the walled city in Cartagena. Each country contributes their part to this region together. We form a community that, in spite of its differences, share a strong sense of identity and belonging. Along these 3 decades, and I want to repeat this, Mr. Alfonso, because you are the one that brought all this success. This association has been a beacon of cooperation and solidarity among the Caribbean nations, uniting our voices, our interests, and our aspirations. The nations that are part of this association possess a notable economic potential based on our natural wealth, cultural diversity, and strategic location. Our economies rely mostly on tourism, agriculture, fishing, which sectors generate jobs and contribute to the gross domestic product and generate opportunities to improve the quality of life of our citizens and contribute to the well-being and progress. The most important point here is culture and the creation of content so that our work adds value so that we can be more competitive in the international markets. So without that labor, it's very difficult to compete in those markets. Regarding port infrastructure, you spoke about the maritime connectivity and environmental aspects. Port infrastructure in the Caribbean is important to strengthen our economies. Ports are also the heart of our commercial networks, and it's imperative that we continue to innovate and its management, the modernization of our port facilities, improving logistics, and creating a proper environment for investment and development. At the same time, we must work together to share best practices and successful experiences in our ports. Collaboration here ensures that we can now benefit from investment and development in infrastructure, maximizing impact on our economies and the well-being of our people. Also concerning ports, maritime connectivity is an issue we cannot neglect. Supply chains are more complex, and our ports must be equipped and prepared to address the demands of modern trade. Efficiencies, connectivity at ports reduce times and cost, attracting users or improving profitability at the national or international level to improve competitiveness and development of countries. It is impossible to talk about connectivity in the region without underscoring what's happening in our ports. Let me go back a little, taken from a document written by Mr. Alfonso Munera. In the 16th century, 17th century, the most important milestone in the history of the world was the Caribbean. Here, but the gold and the silver and our connectivity with Europe that made Caribbean to become the location with the greatest economic growth. The whole world lived off those two products coming from Mexico, Peru, and Chile, and Ecuador, and from Colombia. And they uh, came together in Panama, then in Cartagena, and then those fleet stayed here for 2 or 3 months, and that was the most prosperous time. So the question is, why in the 21st century we cannot go back and regain that capacity we had back in those times with the um, all those opportunities we had back then, we have them in this 21st century. I repeat again. Where's my map? Somebody's uh, trying to sabotage my conference here. So the Cartagena port is a strategic hub with interregional global trade, benefiting all the countries of the Association of the Caribbean States. Its capacity to manage all this maritime traffic with speed and efficiency has a direct impact on the competitiveness of our products in the international market by optimizing this commercial trade and routes and improving its costings. Cartagena is a fundamental lie to reinforce trade and strengthen commercial ties. So try to recall if there is any place in the world that looks like this configuration. So we look towards the east coast of the U.S. is where the biggest consumers are, and if you look at what's happening in the world now in the 21st century, we've been closer to that market and what's happening. Who's coming to the U.S.? Look at what's happening in China, in Ukraine, in the Red Sea. So those opportunities are there for us to grab in this 21st century to bring our products to other markets. And farther up, close to Jamaica, that's the point with the highest flow of traffic, more than in Malacca and the Suez Canal, because we have not only the ones that go through the Panama Canal, but the ones coming from Argentina and Brazil. And if they ever go through Roncador and Quitasueño, I've been there, and it's impressive to see all those lights and traffic and all those vessels coming up and down. If we count those vessels, there we can count how many are going to that point. So Cartagena has a flow of route through Boca Chica of 6,000 vessels a year. So when 6,000 vessels come in, 6,000 have to leave. Then you can add what happens in Panama. You can add what happens in Mexico. You can add what happens in Brazil. You can add uh, what comes from all the Caribbean islands. So again, go ahead and review if there is anywhere or a sector that has more maritime trade and traffic than all the Caribbean. So those opportunities we had back then in the 16th and 17th century, we have them in this 21st century. That's the main reason of this meeting. With these speakers and sponsors, this is the moment to reflect on what's happening in this 21st century. We have all this knowledge here together, all this knowledge on the Caribbean, so we have to make the best use possible. We must explore new commercial routes and strategic ties that improve our situation in our ports. By doing that, in addition to improve our competitiveness, we can also generate a more dynamic and resilient environment for our business and the well-being of our people. The Caribbean has also a geopolitical situation that's also important to highlight. If you go around the globe and you find a place where there is no connectivity, maritime connectivity, it would be good to know what that is. But we still have to improve our presence so that this reality becomes part of our progress and competitiveness and the well-being of our people.
It is vital for us to continue to strengthen our alliances. The challenges that we face have no borders, from climate change to the economic crisis. Our capacity to respond will depend on the cooperation, on the collective cooperation and commitment in this context. Regional cooperation becomes an indispensable tool for the Association of the Caribbean Studies. States has tools, challenges, and infrastructure. Together, we can lead initiatives that drive the strength of ports and improve the quality in our communities. Today, we have the commitment of having a shared vision of a prosperous and united Caribbean in this 30th anniversary of the Organization of the Caribbean States. We applaud what has been gained, but let's visualize what still is to come with the will to cooperate and optimism. I am sure that we can continue to build a stronger environment. I am sure that by doing so, more connected, more sustainable, together as a Caribbean region, we can transform challenges into opportunities, navigating through a more prosperous and sustainable future. So happy 30th anniversary of the Association of the States of the Caribbean States. Thank you. Following, we welcome Ambassador Margarita Manjarres, Director of Consultation Regional Mechanisms of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Colombia. Thank you, very kind. Okay, very good day. Greetings to the table. Miguel Gonzalez, Director of the Spanish Cooperation Center, for providing us with this beautiful space. William Malcolm, Chancellor of the University of Cartagena. Captain Salas, Manager of the Port of Cartagena. Dr. Elizabeth Solomon, General Secretary of CARICOM. Welcome, Ricardo. Dr. Raúl Sabonge, General Secretary of the AEC. Ladies and gentlemen, and of course, Dr. Alfonso Munera, protagonist of all this that we are beholding today. To all in attendance and representatives of the member states of the Association of the Caribbean States, good morning. I would like to add to the words of my predecessors to welcome you to this meeting on behalf of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Dr. Murillo, because currently Colombia is the president of the Council of the Association of the Caribbean City of the Council of Ministers, and this meeting is a large opportunity to reaffirm this contribution by the association to all of the countries in the Caribbean, and it's also framed within the activities that we have as the presidency of the Council of Ministers 30 years ago. Just in this beautiful city, we had that shared vision. We saw it, that what the great Caribbean needed and deserved, a common development project. To what extent we have achieved this is something that we are still questioning ourselves for, but something on which we cannot stop working. It's a common experience, but we also deserve a present and a future that will allow us to work together to strengthen those links that have been mentioned already, not only the commercial links, but those that are brought about the current changes, decided decisions for the protection of the environment, the climate change. All these basin of life, which is the Caribbean, we need to position ourselves in the international arena as a strong community, a developed community, and with a conviction for integration. We cannot continue to face the world with our individual voices. To share today, 30 years later, with you all in attendance shows us that the purpose is still in effect. This association, in addition to being a common project, is also a space for dialogue. We work, we celebrate achievements, we discuss, and we also plan, because we have differences, and those differences enrich us, and we crystallize solidarity when we need to, when we face difficulties. And I'd like to avail myself of this space on behalf of the President of Colombia and the President of the Council of Ministers of the Association to express our solidarity to all the states and communities that have been affected by Hurricane Milton. In our regions, we also face those difficulties, and precisely integration should translate into effective actions of solidarity. Colombian, as the current president of the mechanism, is convinced that this celebration, not only to celebrate public, should be accompanied by the renewal of a vision that will allow us to approach, to tackle those challenges. But we need to be open to the people, because our work is for the benefit of the 300 million people. If that is not the goal, then there would be no sense in doing this. It is necessary to delve deeper in the exchange that will allow us to identify the common interest, different regional actors, transnational actors, and in this context, current context, we need to protect life and and nature, which is the most important thing, must also be connected with maintaining the quality of life and opportunities for our people. We need to strike a balance in um, using our natural resources with the need of a dignified life for all of its inhabitants. Of course, climate change is a challenge and it affects um, to a high degree our Caribbean region, and we need to translate that into good actions. And we need not save any effort in that regard. This battle for sustainability being given by the Grand Caribbean makes it into one of the biggest protagonists in this struggle. Colombia, as president of the association, are putting out a call to all of those who are part of the association and to our strategic allies, because we need to reinvigorate our association, but we will not be able to do this alone, but rather by driving all the initiatives that recognize and dignify all the original peoples, that consolidate a true diplomacy of our bodies, and our richness, as I've said, must be materialized in actions that will benefit all these inhabitants, over 300 million. How? It's still a work in progress, but surely we have to put the Caribbean at the forefront of the fight for the protection of the environment, because we have our rich biodiversity, which is our legacy, and from there we can then start to protect ourselves to the world. We need to accelerate what is known as the green and blue economies, which shows that development and sustainability can and should be put first in our agendas. And apropos of that, Colombia has the incredible honor of hosting the 16th um, conference of the United Nations COP 16, which you might be aware of. And I'd like to reiterate an invitation to an event that we will hold precisely within the framework of the association called Preserving the Biodiversity of the Greater Caribbean Social Actors Against Coastal Erosion, to be held in Cali, October the 18th, and with the attendance of Worldview International Foundation, which is a key partner. We will be launching a project on the coastal residency, blue coal, which will benefit all of our communities. The Caribbean Sea needs international cooperation, and I am sure this seminary, organized by the University of Cartagena, will um, yield us important tools to develop the work plan that Colombia has set out for itself as a goal, as part of its presidency for this year. That work, which already been developed, has a title, United for Life Toward a More Sustainable Caribbean, and we submitted in our character as president of the Minister of the Meeting of Ministers that was just held in New York on September 27th. As the president, pro tempore, we know that these discussions, the knowledge by the panel members, will feed into that roadmap for the concerted agreement. So that beforehand, thank you, panel members, for taking your time and to come here and share your knowledge. The institutions, the entities, and the bodies, in this case we mean a regional body, cannot be not know about those who work on the matter at the academic level. We need to work hand in hand. So today's deliberations are for us, as a presidency and members of the association, very important aspects. I will be very attentive and I will take notes, because this is definitely a joint work. Entities cannot work by ourselves individually. And seeing as I am in a celebratory mood, as the captain says, I believe that these challenges, the captain has been writing this history for 30 years and he will continue to work on it. So happy anniversary, Ek. Dr. Elizabeth Solomon, General Deputy General Secretary of the CARICOM.
ladies and gentlemen, and gratitude to the interpreters also. It is an honor to deliver remarks at this colloquium to mark the 30th anniversary of the creation of the Association of Caribbean States. The theme, Convergence and Cooperation in the Caribbean, is, to say the least, timely. Not enough can be said, indeed not enough can be done to underscore the significance of cooperation in the fight for sustainable development in the Caribbean. In CARICOM, we recognize that the path to sustainable development requires collective action and a shared commitment to overcoming obstacles. As we mark this anniversary, it is with unwavering resolve that we affirm our dedication to working together, to forging a brighter future for all states and territories of the Greater Caribbean. And thank you, Captain Alfonso Salas, for showing us the map of opportunity that is the Caribbean. I must begin by expressing my heartfelt thanks to the ACS Secretariat and to the University of Cartagena for being such gracious hosts. I am delighted to be in this beautiful historic city, which is of course fitting for today's event, as more than 30 years ago it was the birthplace of the convention that established this important association. So on behalf of the Caribbean community, known as CARICOM, I extend congratulations on this occasion of the commemoration of this huge milestone. Ladies and gentlemen, the Association of Caribbean States, as defined by its founding convention, serves as a platform for dialogue, collaboration, to foster regional
en particular enfrentan retos altamente complejos. La acción y la cooperación regional son más esenciales aún hoy, más para realzar la resiliencia y salvar amenazas al bienestar colectivo. El ASIAS siempre ha sido de importancia significativa para CARICOM porque está reconocida dentro de la política diplomática de CARICOM como un foro multilateral para buscar de 1994. La Secretaría de CARICOM fue instrumental en crear la Carta Fundacional y ser el contribuyente principal desde su inicio y manteniendo una relación estrecha con la Secretaría de la SECA, participando en las reuniones así como en las reuniones intersecretariales, que son un aspecto importante del funcionamiento de la CIAS. Este foro de consultas y cooperación se ha materializado de distintas maneras, con las dos organizaciones asociándose en innumerables iniciativas a lo largo de los años. La gestión de desastres naturales representa una de tales áreas de cooperación con el memorándum de entendimiento entre las agencias de gestión de emergencias y desastres y su contraparte promueve compartir información en la gestión de desastres.
The recognition of the Caribbean Sea as a special area in the context of sustainable development represents another critical area in which CARICOM and the ACS have collaborated closely. The sustainable use of the Caribbean Sea, which binds us all together, represents a critical element of our effort at sustainable development. And in recognition of this, the CARICOM Secretariat has collaborated closely with member states and their representatives at the United Nations in providing advocacy and lobbying support for the Caribbean Sea resolution presented to the General Assembly. In addition, over the years, the collaboration between the secretariats at the two organizations has widened to include the Central American Integration System, SICA. And in that regard, the Secretaries General of CARICOM and the ACS and SICA have held several meetings to exchange views on the strengthening of interinstitutional coordination between the three organizations. Ladies and gentlemen, the world that we inhabit is marked by constant change and uncertainty. The Association of Caribbean States has risen to this challenge, embracing the mandate to bridge divides and foster cooperation across diverse regions. Let me illustrate this with a powerful example in the face of this unprecedented crisis of the COVID-19 pandemic. The ACS played a critical role in coordinating our region's response. We facilitated the sharing of information, the sharing of strategies, and best practices, demonstrating the power of unity in the times of extreme adversity. Furthermore, the ACS Cooperation Conference has become an increasingly vital platform. By bringing together members, collaborators, and potential partners, we facilitate project development and implementation in critical areas for regional growth. With the support of international development partners, this conference has evolved into a key resource, a resource mobilization mechanism driving progress across the Greater Caribbean. These initiatives, among many others, demonstrate tangibly that when we work together, when we share knowledge and resources, we amplify our impact and accelerate our progress. But let us not underestimate what lies ahead. The convergence of major shared challenges such as crime and insecurity, the spread of gang violence, illicit trafficking of small arms and light weapons, the impact of climate change, natural disasters, unfavorable socioeconomic conditions, and lack of access to development finance is having a destabilizing effect on our societies and undermines our economic growth. These obstacles can only be mitigated through a concerted and collaborative approach that transcends national boundaries, one that is rooted within a resilient and inclusive regional framework. Solidarity and cooperation to alleviate and eradicate these threats are critical in the region's quest to secure an elevated and sustained quality of life for our people for generations. Esteemed colleagues, friends of the Caribbean, the dream of a truly integrated and cooperative Caribbean region persists. It is a dream born of a common purpose to help our region reach its full potential. And it is a dream born of necessity, a direct response to the unique challenges that hinder our social and economic progress. For the Caribbean community, this dream remains a top priority. While each regional mechanism plays a vital role, we must amplify our collective voice on the global stage. We must project our shared priorities, advocate for our needs, and actively contribute to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. The Association of Caribbean States has identified key areas of focus: preserving our precious Caribbean Sea, fostering robust trade and economic relations, mitigating the impacts of natural disasters, enhancing connectivity through a robust transport infrastructure, including maritime, as you pointed out, and promoting sustainable tourism. These interconnected priorities demand collaborative action, not just within the ACS, but across all regional institutions. To truly serve our governments and the people of the Greater Caribbean, we must embrace a regional agenda that prioritizes cooperation. By leveraging our unique strengths, even while working together towards common goals, we can unlock the immense potential of our region. Imagine a Caribbean where greater integration leads to increased economic resilience, where sustainable development uplifts every citizen, and where our collective voice resonates powerfully on the world stage. This is the future that we can build together. Let us seize these opportunities that adversity puts before us to strengthen our partnerships, to deepen our collaboration, and to forge a path towards a more prosperous and unified Caribbean. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Y por último tenemos al doctor Rodolfo Sabongi.
Next, we have Dr. Rodolfo Sabongi, General Secretary of the Association of the Caribbean States. Good morning, everyone. Truth be told, I feel among friends, not only at the head table here, but also with those in attendance. For me, Cartagena is almost as my second home. Thank you all. Head table, Dr. Miguel González Guillón, Director of the Center for Formation of the Spanish Cooperation, Cartagena de Indias, Colombia. Dr. William Malcolm, Chancellor of the University of Cartagena. Captain Alfonso Salas, my dear friend, General Manager of the group Port of Cartagena. Ambassador Margarita Manjarres, Director for Consultation Mechanisms and Regional Integration from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Our representatives from the presidency in this forum. Dr. Isabel Solmon, Deputy General Secretary of Foreign Relations and Community Activities, CARICOM. Thank you very much for your heartfelt remarks that serve as the preamble for my presentation. This is a forum that, to me, is historic, not only because of the 30 years that we are commemorating, but rather because of the people in attendance today. Actually, I hope that this gathering will be well documented and hopefully we'll be able to do a sort of like documentary or special filming of it so that we can remember it in years to come. We have a forum with actually esteemed keynote speakers, and as the names that have been heard so far, like the president of the CAF, we also have the chancellor of the university. We also have the president of ANDI, Dr. Bruce McMaster Jorge Acevedo, who's already been mentioned, Dr. Constanza Ricaute, who is a researcher at INDEMAR Colombia, Dr. Germán Rivillas, he's a researcher at Universidad del Norte, Colombia, Dr. Edgar Quiñones, researcher at Universidad de Cartagena, our dear friend, Dr. Captain Pedro Suarez, Dr. Ricardo Sanchez, a work colleague and struggled for over 30 years, Dr. Natalia Gil, representative from the regional Port of Cartagena, and of course our dear friend, Dr. Alfonso Munera, without whom this would not have been possible, and whom to me, or which to me, and I'd like to share this, was among those who hyped me to accept this position of General Secretary when the vacancy came up. Thank you very much, because it has allowed me, afforded me an incredible and unforgettable opportunity to really get to know the Caribbean in depth. And about that, I'd like to also say something. I'm neither a diplomat nor a historian. I'm an engineer who's a specialist in planning. So to me, to come into this body was very interesting from the planning standpoint, and I'll say a little bit more about that because the way that this body was born, it came out of a very in-depth perspective exercise which Colloquium carried out through the study that they uh, um, started to look at the challenges that would be posed by the 21st century. So I wonder whether we have the presentation already set. Right. In the first place, as I said, I'd like to express my sincere appreciation to the Universidad de Cartagena, to the International Center of Studies of the Caribbean, but also to Sociedad Portuaria and to the Spanish Cooperation Agency in commemoration of this 30th anniversary. I have had the privilege of reflecting not only along with our member states or our associate members, observers, 29, of whom we have 29, multilateral banking for development, but also with the academic circles and the private sector. What, in my way of seeing things, is a fairly powerful ecosystem to achieve significant and transcendental changes. I have full confidence in that this gathering will be documented as a historic milestone in the future endeavors of the AIC, OAIS, because not only for the future, but because it was born here in Cartagena, and to come back to its cradle forces us to reflect on what has been done and about the future challenges. The popular culture associates our 30th anniversary with the color green, what traditionally symbolizes life and nature, two elements that are evidently they're evident in the Caribbean, but it's also a color that symbolizes hope. And these two interpretations perfectly summarize the sense of our association, because it was born out of the hope of territories that recently had achieved its independence in the Caribbean region, and of attaining that regional unity that would allow them to reach to have greater visibility in the world at large, making it possible for the region to be pertinent and gain its own identity. In this introduction, I will very briefly establish the context by means of the description of the asymmetries in the region, which are of themselves a challenge, followed by a historical tale about the creation, its focus areas, and our proposal to conduct a new exercise of regional strategic planning.
Our predecessors recognized what we could do if we worked together, not as a small separated islands, but as a big region. It's worth highlighting that the word hope contains also the hoping for or the waiting for, and as our predecessors and everybody here look up to a united LATAM and the Caribbean, let's stop mentioning Latin American on its own, but better, or rather say, Latin America and the Caribbean. This is a value that our liberator Simon Bolivar also wrote in his writings, and in its also in its book, 100 Years of Solitude. Our author Gabriel Garcia Marquez describes a Latin American based on its impossibility to thrive. That dichotomy was then pictured in the Constitution of the Association of the Caribbeans in 1994. That was a commitment among the signing states to first to recognize the importance of the Caribbean Sea as a common asset and the importance of preserving the environment in the region. Number two, promote economic integration and cooperation in the region. And number three, to promote, consolidate, and strengthen the cooperation and international regional cooperation in the Caribbean in order to establish an expanded economic environment to improve competitiveness in international markets. As I read and as I reflect, please stop and see where we are today, 30 years after. 30 years after, we are seeing the same objectives that, in my opinion, have not been met. Why is the agreement recognize the challenges and opportunities? This is two key words in this for this meeting. Back then, there was the globalization of international economy and the progressive liberation of commercial ties. Let's stop there for a moment and let's look back to 1990, looking at that world that CARICOM lived in, and which is the one that brings together this association, the ACA. So I'm going to go back and tell you about the history to contextualize and comprehend the challenges that existed back then for the region. This is a region whose countries gained their independences at different moments in history. So there are different levels of development and different levels of institutional development, different levels of identity and social evolution. To that, we must add that the cultural differences, different legal frameworks, different governance, and of course the different economic realities of each nation. All that in a region that is dispersed geographically, with different sizes of populations and territories, with all sorts of vulnerabilities, but with necessities that are just the same as any other big developed country. In that context, allow me to elaborate on the situation that LATAM and the Caribbean was in the 1990 when the ACS was created. It is impossible to consider history, politics, and economy separately, given that they were very interconnected in that development in a region that had only reached in the 60s their independences. So the question is, why integration mechanisms such as the ACS were so necessary? What happened in the Caribbean during those times to justify the creation of another mechanism? During the 90s, now almost the 20th century, had been a century full of changes, more changes than the ones that took place in the last 2,000 years of a civilization. Heads of states of the Caribbean community, concerned with what was happening, convened the Commission of the Western Indies to take a look at the situation and provide recommendations to anticipate and pave the road towards the 21st century. And I would like to underscore some of the statements of that report that was mentioned. The report from 1992 called It's Time for Action. Some of them are pretty lengthy, but I'm going to try to recite them to the letter because they're part of the analysis of the setting, which is crucial for any strategic planning exercise. From its introduction, this document read, Chitam Ramphal. It said that extraordinary changes in the world reinforce the need to act together with urgency. These changes were very fast before, but since the declaration, the international context has changed. This is 1990. Now, let's analyze how the world has changed since then. As the statement said, it seems that communism has failed. Decentralized planning are discarded everywhere. Adoption of market mechanisms are perceived as the model to guarantee the proper workings of the economy. The Soviet Union came apart. The Cold War is over, and today there is a world with these military superpowers. There's no one superpower, there's no two. Now compare that with today's reality. And all that implies the conception of a new world order. The European Economic Community has gained or has gone through different stages towards a one currency and more economic and political integration. 1990, they were having this perspective that aimed at many of the elements that have happened and some of them that have changed. The United States has established the North American Free Trade Agreement to begin negotiations of a similar agreement with Mexico. So our place is still uncertain. What prevailed was fear and uncertainty of the future, where there was no visibility on CARICOM and for many other countries. It read, in our vicinity, including faster changes, that is the day-to-day reality. Every month we see initiatives aimed at more and more cooperation. We've observed the establishment of the Group of Three, which implies a commercial cooperation between Mexico, Colombia, and Venezuela, and the Mercosur, the Common Market of the South, and a group of South Cone countries in LATAM, and an effort for the Andean and PAD countries to consolidate their group in one single market by 1995. This was the situation that CARICOM was facing. In the CARICOM context, there are closer economic ties with countries in LATAM. Venezuela has offered a free trade with the community, and Dominican Republic has requested to join CARICOM, and they haven't been accepted. 30 years happened in Guyana. They're building a land correction between Georgetown and Brazil. I mean, it hasn't been built. Closest communication between this big country in LATAM and us. The acknowledgement of beliefs by Guatemala opens new possibilities to collaborate between CARICOM and Central America. That situation, that setting, is the one that provoked the recommendation to create the Association of Caribbean States. That perspective, I call it prospective look, because when I read it, it's very profound. It is maybe one of the more comprehensive prospective looks that I've read in my life. It contains everything. It is 600 pages. So that perspective was conclusive in the sense that the Caribbean states faced different social and political realities, and it read, we have independent states where some still look up to the king as the head of a state. That is still here today. Territories that have their own internal governance, but that are still part of Europe in their international relationship, especially the French and the Dutch Antilles. or islands. We also have countries that want to explore a new political identity in this post-Cold War setting, and it is easy to understand the reasons why the leaders of these small island states uh, concerned about the loss of influence in a world that was changing rapidly in an unprecedented manner. It is obvious that reinforcing the bonds among the countries that are separated by the sea be the priority of CARICOM, following the collapse of the Federation and the strengthening of the ties of air and maritime transport that are still the challenge in this region. These international considerations very important. It brings us to put focus on the Caribbean, where we can put our resources together to come up with the answers to achieve the best agreements possible. Dear colleagues, I want to refer to the first question that I made when I came into office as a Secretary General. First thing that I asked is, when was the last strategic planning of the ACS? And the last, or the most recent one was this one. It turned out that evidently any entity, organization needs to evolve and to adapt to the changes and the new realities of its environment. That is, my first question was that strategic planning had to be done not only once, but it has to be updated at least every 5 years. And as you can observe on the screen, the moment where that study took place, looked at the changes that were to come. But in these 30 years, those changes have materialized. Some of them have materialized, and the traumas that we're going through today are the result in the change of the economic power in the world. 30 years later, the world is exponentially more complex. This is why the regional unity is more urgent than 30 years ago. But what is regional unity? Regional unity is one where all the integration mechanisms, because there I want to This is CELAC, CAN, ALADI, Mercosur, CELAC, which integrates all of them, ALBA, etc. But our challenge is that international organizations of development banking are not structured to see us as a region, and that's also part of a challenge, Mr. President. We need that international organizations see us as a big region, not as small clusters, because World Bank, EU, IDB are managed bilaterally with member countries, and it is important to break that paradigm so we can create regional strategies on issues that are common to all, which brings us to the focal matters of the association, which are these cross-cutting themes. They mentioned Hurricane Milton here, and hurricanes, they don't just respect borders. Hurricanes and storms just wipe the whole region, regardless of what language they speak, what culture, what ethnicity, etc. So everything concerning climate change, everything that has to do with disaster reduction risk is cross-cutting. It cannot be looked at the individual sub-regional level. And a typical example is the Sargasso. There we have this invasion of sargasso in the Caribbean, but we have these specific projects country by country. Same thing happens when we speak about the blue economy. The blue economy cannot be looked at from the individual perspective from each country. If the blue economy, one country does it, the other one does not, it is not going to work anywhere. Everything that has to do with preserving the environment, everything that has to do with preserving ecosystems must be looked at from this common lens. That demands regional strategies, because from the perspective of connectivity, as the captain spoke, you think that a vessel is planning his route if the country speaks French or English or Dutch, or if there is some special political regime. No, the transportation routes are designed based on geography and also based on the demography and demand and market demand. So we must understand that many of these focal activities of the association are not just exclusive for bilateral relationships. We cannot talk about solving the transportation, air, land transportation problem, or a digital connectivity platform for a specific country in particular. We must all be part of it. So, also, there are the advantages of the ACS and its specific position. We spoke about a secretary of secretariats, but what we do is coordinate among all those secretariats, because this is a mechanism focused on operational matters. That's another advantage of ACS. This is a body whose purpose is to cooperate, triangular cooperation, south-south cooperation. But the thing is that all members benefit from that cooperation, regardless of any difference that there may be. And there is also a consensus away from politics. We know that everything is politics and politics is everywhere, but we try to be as neutral as possible, because we know that there are gonna be a lot of political differences in our member states, and that's not our purpose to solve those political issues. So by the end of my term as a Secretary General, my most important achievement is to do this strategic exercise so that we can collect these resources, so that before the summit of heads of states that is going to be held, hoping Colombia, in the month of May. So there we want to see the revision of that vision, mission, values, principles, and strategic objectives. that not only take into account the new geopolitical, economic, commercial, environmental setting, but also the current challenges that we have, as well as the opportunities for the region of the Great Caribbean. And I want to close by citing the words of one of our distinguished guests, President of CAF, Sergio Diaz Granados, the Summit of the Future. He said, or he called, made a call to act fast, to act on the challenges of Latam and the Caribbean. He underscored the need to reinforce multilateral banking and to foster collaboration and the inclusion of the need in the international infrastructure of development. And it is our job to pave the road. The president of CAF also highlighted that the region needs innovative, flexible solutions to tackle the digital, green, and energy transition, highlighting everybody has something to contribute. And thank you very much, and happy anniversary. Thank you very much to all the members of the Board of Directors. Now we have a 10-minute break to get ready for the first panel of our speakers. Please, no more than 10 minutes. 10 minutes, because we're running a little bit late. Thank you all. ¿Él tiene radio? No escucho, no escucho, no escucho. No escucho, no escucho. Nada, nada, nada. Nada. Negativo. Ahí sí. Ahí sí. Sí, sí. Sí. Súbele. ¿Le puedes subir un poco más? ¿O no? Ya, perfecto. Eso. Ese no se escucha. O está extremadamente bajito porque no sé si lo que estoy escuchando es el micrófono o el ambiente, pero no sé. Muy, muy bajito, muy bajito. Dale para arriba. Creo que ya se escucha, pero muy bajito. O sea, es tan bajito que no sé si es que estoy escuchando el micrófono por el audífono o estoy escuchando el... Súbele, súbele. Ahora sí está entrando. Súbele. Pero ¿por qué se escucha? ¿Por qué se escucha un eco? Sí, súbele. Sí, ya, ya, ya. Sí, eco, eco, eco. Sí, hace un, hace un reverb ahí chiquito. ¿Cierto? ¿Escuchas eco? Escucho eco, 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 eco. Ya, sí, eso, eso. Que ya no sube más. No, bueno, ahí está. Esa vaina, sí, lo que pasa es que, sí, lo que pasa es que ya el colega está perdiendo la audición. Es verdad. Juega sí, ¿ese es el otro? Súbele. Eso. Y quítale el eco. Listo. Eso. Listo. Listo. No faltó. Sí. ¿Otro micrófono? Sí, pero muy bajito también. Ahí. Eso. Dale. Listo. Sí.
Hola, 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 dos, hola, sí, dos, tres.
Eso, 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 eso. Sí. Sí. Sí, sí, no es que eso es lo que estamos haciendo, o sea, cuando te decimos que le subas el volumen es que nos subas el volumen a nosotros, es decir, aquí al pupitre este y no a la, y no a los speakers de la sala, a la amplificación de la sala. Ah, ya, eso.
a todos por su tiempo. Vamos a iniciar el primer panel de este seminario.
We're going to begin the first phase of this seminar. The first round of conferences of this morning promise to be rich in experiences, ideas, and cooperations to continue to strengthen the links in the Caribbean. We now invite Dr. Sergio Diaz-Granados, Executive President of the CAF, the Latin American and Caribbean Development Bank, who will talk to us about the development banks and the integrations of the Grand Caribbean. Dr. Sergio Diaz-Granados is an attorney and current president of the CAF, with a long public service career, having been Minister of Trade, Tourism of Colombia, Deputy Minister of Company Development, also Minister from Colombia to the IDV, and is recognized for his leadership in and regional integration in sustainable development, as well as his role in the creation of the Alliance of the Pacific and several national or regional and international cooperation agreements. Thank you and good morning, everyone. It's a great honor to be here this morning as a Latin American, as a Caribbean person. I'd like to greet Rodolfo Santos, Secretary General of the agency, Elizabeth Solomon, Deputy Director of CARICOM, Doctora Margarita Manjarres from the Foreign Office, the Chancellor of the University of Cartagena, Miguel Gonzalez, Director of the Spanish Cooperation Center in Cartagena, of course, Captain Alfonso Salas, who is an important sponsor of this forum, of Alfonso Munera, who's also been the gatherer of the meetings, and also for his presence. Thank you. And also to my good friend Bruce McMaster, we will share, and Jorge Acevedo for their attendance, and a special greetings to the CAF team, Rodrigo Peñalillo, our representative. Hopefully my presentation, I'll be luckier than Captain Salas in the sense that you'll see what I'm talking about. But basically what I wanted was to avail myself of today, and I'll try and use Bulbaro, Rodolfo's message, and Dr. Elizabeth, because I can use it to show you where the bank stands today and where we are headed towards in terms of the challenge that Rodolfo and Elizabeth have mentioned, how development bank can crystallize or turn the vision of the region's leaders into a reality expressed both at CARICOM as well as in the Organization of the Caribbean States. And I'd like to start with this first message, if I'm allowed. So to understand this evolution of Andean Corporation, Development Corporation to the Development Bank and the IDB, I'll talk about where the region stands, particularly the Caribbean Basin, the challenges that we have, Rodolfo mentioned, and we mentioned at the UN 15 days ago, for both at the regional stand and energy, digital, and some final reflections. And I'd like to start precisely here. In 1968, when the Andean Corporation of Development was created, it was created with the idea of being able to support the Andean integration system, which was still a dream. In fact, the corporation was created in February of 1968, 1 year before the Cartagena Agreement, and it came to be as the General Secretary of the CAN. It was born first, and then the Andean Pact, because the idea of the president was to create an institution that could finance operations, basically of foreign trade and integration, and that is how this was born: the Caribbean, Mexico, and Colombia. And that was the initial seed with which the CAF was created. By 1990, the bank underwent a great transformation, which was to expand the geographic coverage. And again, two Caribbean countries, Mexico and Trinidad and Tobago, who opened the possibility of new countries coming into the Andean Corporation of Development. And a decision was made then, and I'd say that with that same perspective view that Rodolfo mentioned, within the bank, the ministers arising from an agreement, that is the founding ministers of the CAF, made a decision to modify the charter of the bank and to include every country of Latin America and the Caribbean to be members of the bank. And that was no small feat. It meant opening up the bank and allowing every country to walk into the bank in whatever condition they wanted, and that transformed the bank to the Development Bank of Latin America. In the 50 years of CARICOM in Trinidad and Tobago, Dr. Elizabeth, about a year ago, over a year ago, I traveled there as the president of the Latin American Development Bank, and that day we announced the change of the name of the Latin American and Caribbean Development Bank, because our strategy was to embed the bank more or further into the Caribbean. And it had a step, the recognition. Rodolfo helped us a lot. You remember CAF as an observer in the Caribbean states. It happened in 2022, and it happened in Guatemala in 2023. So today we have a bank that was born, and that was the first project. It was an integration project between Venezuela and Colombia. That's the bridge over the Limon River to connect Venezuela and Colombia. Precisely, we're talking about the beginning of the basis of the foreign trade between Venezuela and Colombia. But the bank that came to be with $100 million as authorized capital, today it has $25 billion. That adjustment took place in Cartagena in December 2021. The bank today has the best credit rating of its history, AA. The rating of the bank is best than that of all of its partners, and that is one of the great feats that we have been able to do in the bank throughout its history. And it is that rating that allows us to operate and transfer benefits in terms of rates and terms to the countries who are members of the bank. And last year, we reached a record level of assets. Today, the bank is reaching levels of approval, and we'll see this year above $17 billion, on par with the IDB and above the World Bank. And I was commenting to the planning team recently that I believe that the bank's founder, President Frey or President Geddes Restrepo, never imagined that what they had created in Bogota would ultimately become one of the main sources of financing for development in Latin America and the Caribbean. And Dr. 60% of the funding for the development of Trinidad and Tobago is provided by CAF, and that is the relationship that we today have with a Caribbean country. Now, our interest, and we'll see this later on, is to grow the bank throughout the Caribbean and to start developing what Rodolfo mentioned. There must be projects that are not only for one country, but that are thought for the basin as a whole, and that help the basin work as a system. The strategy that we have set out for the bank is basically supported by two main pillars: Green Bank and Economic and Inclusive Growth Bank. Why Green Bank? We'll see it further because the region is facing the consequences of the climate change, particularly the Caribbean and the countries of the tropical swath in Latin America. We're facing an ever-increasing effect of the climate disturbance. And for the case of Latin America and the Caribbean, it is essentially the preparation and adaptation of the region. It is a region that emits very little, less than 7% of the world CO2 emissions, but it has the responsibility of receiving the consequence of the climate change. The goals that we have for 2026, I'd like to highlight two: regional integration, which is the message of Rodolfo. That is, we need to start to regard these banks not as working individually with a country, but in addition to that, to start to add items in the agenda that will mean integration, because it'll make us prepare better for the challenge. Like Rodolfo mentioned, the Sargasso Seas, it cannot be an individual fight of an island, but rather a connection and coordination between the countries in the basin. Energy resilience will need to achieve it among all of us. Preparation for the insurance against natural disaster. We need to do that, but adding all of the countries so that the premium will be smaller. We need to coordinate among us in the Caribbean if we want to reduce the size of the challenges which exceed the concern of how many students are there in a student or how many patients are tended to in a hospital. There are greater problems than that that will push us back if we do not prepare ourselves as a region to face the challenges. Now, looking at the Caribbean as a map, and this supplements my history. Notice 1970, first years of our operation, Colombia and Venezuela. The next country was Mexico. Mexico was the first country in Latin America and the Caribbean who bet on the transformation of the bank, and then Trinidad and Tobago in 1994, of course, Panama in 97, and that's when the bank started growing, and that is why the bank is still not reached the point that Rodolfo has mentioned, which is the one where we want to get to, that the bank be viewed as a complement, as an action of the couple between the integration mechanisms that we have today, CARICOM, the Organization of Caribbean States, or the Eastern Caribbean States, and to put the bank as an instrument. And I was mentioning my colleague in Panama in the PNUD that we should regard these development banks as a tandem of the horse and the rider. The horse was essential for the 5,000 years of recent development of civilization. We'll leave the bank as a horse, but think that if we want to go beyond that, and referring to the actions that have been mentioned by foreign ministries, we need to translate those statements into actions, prepare a community to be resilient to climate change, prepare the community to face the digital transformation. It'll require actions that will mobilize the private sector, the public sector, that will attract the capital markets, and that's the functions that we development banks should play. That is why in the Summit of the Future we insisted on the importance of modifying and accelerating the transition of the international financial system. And several of the summits that are coming, COP 16 in Cali, has that component. The development and funding in Seville, the COP 21, and next year, that the discussion must turn around financing mechanism, because we will leave with we will be left with the analysis and mechanism, but that's that, and that's the role that development banks should play. Help develop the financial mechanisms for that action to occur. Now, ever since we got to the bank, we have taken 3 or 4 steps in the sense of getting nearer to the Caribbean. The first was the creation of a manager's office for the Caribbean over here in Cartagena in December of 2021. That division was created to Trinidad and Tobago. Stacey Richards, he is the manager in the Caribbean to expand the president of the bank in the rest of the Caribbean. And we're talking about an enormous challenge of connecting from Bahamas to Barbados. Barbados and Jamaica enter the bank, but in these last 3 years we have gotten Bahamas, Barbuda, Dominican, Grenada, and we are pretty well ahead with Belize, Guyana, Suriname for their entrance into the bank, and St. Vincent, St. Christopher and Nevis in St. Lucia. The idea is to cover 100% of the region. And once we cover that 100%, we will develop financial product that will talk about integration. Notice that we have a product already that helps whether if 2 or more projects prepare a regional integration process, we reduce terms. We increase terms, we reduce interest rates, and we improve the profile. We accompany with non-reimbursable cooperation, so that allows us to get further. Our directorate went even further. Last year in Chile, they approved for the first time, and this has not been done by any development bank in the region ever, non-reimbursable development funds for CARICOM countries that are not member of the CAF, to be able to start to prepare the projects that are required in terms of regional integration. I'll mention one in particular: water and basic sanitation. And there's a meeting in CARICOM, the 50 years, during a lunch that we had with the leader back then, the first minister, Motley, who is one of our shareholder, and its Ministry of Finance, a member of our directory, proposed the difficulty existing in many of the Caribbean islands for procurement, to be able to manage water well, and the fact of them being fragmented has meant overcost for the Caribbean countries. And we're working hand in hand with several of the islands in preparing a project that will help to understand how to improve the water systems, better manage the water resource, which is ultimately, the environmental crisis is a hydric crisis, and for that we need resources from the bank to help those who are still not members of the bank, and that has allowed us to help solve these bottlenecks, as Rodolfo mentioned, to stop thinking with a silo mentality, which is how we have operated during these last 30 years. We have operated as silos. Some people work in the region, others work in the, but they don't allow you to see the problem 100%, and we need to start thinking about 100% of the problem, environmentally, energy, digitally, for the solution to be, in fact, more cost efficient. So this is a bit about looking where we are. Here's a list of projects where there are 1.2 $2 billion in operations of the bank in the basin in programs of every kind, digital energy, roads, hydroelectric power, and it is an important professional expertise. The bank has 900 specialists spread throughout the region. We are increasing our footprint in the Caribbean. We're opening a large center in Trinidad, another one in Barbados to be able to have better coverage, and in Dominican Republic and in Panama, we're building the hub. Rodolfo knows a hub precisely to consolidate almost 300 specialists from Panama. And Panama, as we always say, connects us, joins us. We use Panama as a hub to visit all the capital, to come in and out more easily. And so my hope is that from here to 2 or 3 years, we'll see a different picture. We'll start looking at regional operations, water, energy, gases in connectivity, logistics. Port-wise, in fact, in El Salvador, we have almost $300 million worth of infrastructure to improve the airport, to improve the air connectivity in the region. So this is our commitment. We projects that will solve problems in the region, work in a coordinated manner with local banks, and creating banks, like for instance, and we see it also as part of this. We see it as part of this creation of financial ecosystem. The initiative Bridgetown to face climate change implies the growth of mechanisms specialized in finances such as the Blue Bank, and we are going as a bank putting capital. So it is not only a funding capital, but also one that creates back. We are supporting the creation of the Blue Ribbon Bank to provide better funding to the countries, to the region's countries that are facing climate change, and the bank at the same time is worried about the knowledge of the Caribbean. There are studies about logistics, about integration, what to do vis-a-vis disasters, how to prepare ourselves with products to better tend to disasters, and this is because this comes from demands of the countries that they tell us what we want in terms of knowledge of the Caribbean. So we look for the consultancy, we provide for the solution, and we did this exercise, Mr. Ambassador, to take countries of the Caribbean or CARICOM or CELAC, and to look from there those messages, what we can start to crystallize to make it operational. And tomorrow they say we require a better connectivity between ports in the Caribbean. What does that mean? How do we understand how many ships are moving throughout the regions? What are the needs of Caribbean countries? How can we help to reduce food prices? Those questions need to be responded to efficiently, and the way of doing so is by preparing knowledge. And there the bank also places its specialists, but the knowledge that exists in the region, for instance, universities. And there we have a great challenge ahead, Rector Malcolm, to see how we can make universities operate also as a comprehensive knowledge system applied to the region. I'm thinking about the University of Cartagena, but also the UWI. We have done several seminaries for specialists of coffee in Kingston and in other countries in the region to be able to delve deeper in knowledge by using universities. Or we have here in Santa Marta also, in my small, I have two small countries, Santa Marta and Cartagena, a university that is fishing technology, marine biology. So when we visit the region, we have a lot of the spread resources, not coordinated. And if we could coordinate this better, we would come up with the architecture that you have been constructing in the last 30 years. But the moment that the reflection about the Caribbean started, in parallel to that, this reflection about the CAF was starting of how to turn it into a development bank for Latin America and the Caribbean. Some key projects, Sargassos, water and basic sanitation in Santa Marta, working in the mangrove areas, drinking water solutions in Barbados, attention to hurricanes. We're preparing information on how to get better prepared. We have an agreement with the University of Florida, precisely with no part of the information is there, and we've started to strike relations with them to start getting prepared for disasters. And obviously we've distributed humanitarian aid in all these last two hurricanes. Cuba was hard hit. However, Cuba is not part of the bank, but the bank authorized aid So we reconstructed, we rebuilt primary schools in the south of Cuba along with UNICEF. We visited New York to reinforce that relationship with UNICEF. It's looking at the region as a whole. We can do more, and digital connectivity and drainage and contention, water management of water. So we have been consolidating the bank, and I refer to I say that Rodolfo's and Elizabeth's message. We can use it a lot to think about the next 30 years. What do we need to do to not repeat the errors of the past 30 years? Although we have lacked in these last 30 years. So how do we protect ourselves 30 years from now to better respond to the Caribbean, but especially vis-a-vis the challenges that we have, and we'll look at them presently, which are economic, fiscal, environmental, crime-related. There are serious problems in the basin today, bigger than when we had 30 years ago, and which will ultimately become worse if we are not sufficiently effective and coordinated amongst ourselves to be able to solve them. Now I'm going to go very quickly at this point from where we come, because Rodolfo's message was clear about the multiplicity that the Caribbean means today. It's easy to encompass it in one word, but it's hard when one sees the loose parts, that big fragmentation we have of political regimes, legal systems, cultures, culture mix different messages. We need a common denominator. And the conclusion, I say, is the common denominator are disasters. Pardon. That is what is joining us ever more, the disasters and the challenges that are being posed, because we're very similar but very different at the same time and very fragmented. So it is a region, just like Rodolfo said, dispersed in terms of income. The thick of countries are mid to high income countries, and that's a great paradox. And when by high income, that's how the World Bank classifies them. It's a high income that hides the reality of the tragedy of many of these countries, the level of indebtedness, the fragility, poverty, deficit. And it has happened that multilateral financial institutions in the past have almost graduated tacitly or explicitly countries condemning us to not have the necessary financial access, which is why CAF has become a local response, a region proper response to solve many of the funding problems of Latin America and the Caribbean, which in the past have seen access blocked, but not blocked. It has been difficult to seek finance. So we're turning into an open source of financing and funding for the Caribbean and Latin America. And when we compare ourselves with Latin America and the growth of GDP, it's a bit more active in the Caribbean. But when one deaggregates these lines, what one finds are accelerated growth, and when one puts in weighted averages, you see things differently when one sees particular cases such as Guyana, the growth in the last few years, almost in the last 8 years, 15%, but last year 35% growth. Well, figures get out of whack somewhat, but when one opens up the data, you see the countries that are lagging behind in growth and the weaknesses that we have in many of them. When one looks at it from the point of from the standpoint of infrastructure, there are countries that are very much dedicated to services, others are dedicated to industry, but basically the agribusiness industry, and other countries dedicated to energy system. That group of countries such as Venezuela, Trinidad and Tobago, Guyana, Suriname, hopefully later on, are at a crossroads in the future because of the energy, because of the reduction in the consumption of petroleum and gas, and they will face serious economic challenges in the next 20 to 30 years. Thus, the complexity, as Rodolfo was mentioning about the Caribbean, when we understand it from the standpoint of at the macro view, how inflation is being managed in terms of policy or the monetary policy or the exchange rate policies, we see that the region is still very much anchored in fixed exchange rate policy. Some countries with the fine inflation goals, other with the scaled. Some have made detoxification courses in the macro management. The case of Jamaica. Jamaica went 10 years ago from being in a serious macro problem to being one of the most stable economies today in the Caribbean. Same thing happened to Barbados. They've been able to stabilize the level of debt. But there are countries who have gotten to an accelerated level of debt. In the case of St. Vincent, for instance, resulting from climate change, resulting from the pandemic that affected them tremendously, because they are tourism anchored economies or logistics or part of but because of them being considered as a fiscal paradise. So there's a sum of elements that have resulted in countries being greatly indebted. But when one sees the region at 100%, we see an opportunity to continue to grow reforms at a scale and tailored to what the Caribbean requires to give it further stability and growth. There's a problem in growth. There's a problem in stability. I'm not going to go into in detail. There is a problem in terms of the increase in the level of risk in the last 20 years. The perception of risk in the Caribbean has increased, and the more that increases, the higher the cost of access to funding for Caribbean countries. And that is why we have tried in the bank to understand this phenomena, this trend, to be able to find a way to help countries to lower costs to service debts and give them other offers. And that is when we see a role being played by the environment to help countries manage that problem with that debt. We'll see it in foreign investment too. Low growth of GDP. We see it in high informality in countries in the Caribbean. The level of informality in the economies. There's a problem of aging of the population as well. When one looks at it within the context of 60 years, 60 years ago, the population was very young. Today, we have seen an increase in life expectancy, and with groups of age groups of higher than 50, in which I include myself. So we see a pyramid, the population pyramid that is ever shrinking, and that has an effect on economic growth because older people consume less, and in addition to that, we have a birth rate problem. Young people who are neither working nor they're studying. Rodolfo, we see a project we have funded a project in Panama, higher education for those of you who go to Panama. It's just one stop away from Document, and it's one of the most ambitious projects to capture young talent, to take it to skills, to be able to access the labor market. We need to prepare 1,000 youth for COPA in the next years, just to sustain the growth rate of COPA in the next few years, 1,000 years. In Panama and the region, if we run out of them in Panama, we'll need to look for them elsewhere in the region. But I think we need to coordinate these institutes that train people, because one of the great challenges that we have today in the Caribbean are young people, younger than 24, who neither work nor study, and it's a problem between academy and the labor market, and we need to continue to adjust that, and we need to go into the university, into technological studies, but we also need to look at things regionally, because we cannot build ICSs in every country. It costs $150 million. We cannot spend that amount of money in each country, so we need to avail ourselves and benefit from the facilities that we already have. Poverty, and this is what concerns us the most as a development bank, and we've been highlighting it.
As for the SDGs, we have security just institutions, and LATAM is maybe one of ones doing the worst. LATAM is one of the most insecure regions of the world. A third of homicides worldwide, and many of the capitals, Kingston and Port of Spain, in that ranking of the most dangerous cities of the world. That didn't happen 20, 30 years ago. That is happening today, and there are more than 10 criminal markets operating in the region: human trafficking, illegal mining, drug trafficking, trafficking in arms, just to mention a few, money laundering. Those is criminal markets we see today in the region. This is a region without a war as such, but it's one of the most insecure regions in the world, and trafficking in arms is still bigger. So there we see a concern as a bank, and we've made an alliance with the World Bank and IDB so that the three banks can first offer technical assistance to understand the source of that crime and to provide financing to the operations. So that is a problem that hits almost every country in the region, and it's sad to see our youth being killed every week in a region that is not offering any hopes, and we have this hope crisis in the youth of the Latam and the Caribbean. If you ask the youth about democracy, there you lose 30% of affection for democracy and freedom. It is a typical crisis of trust and hope, more than the fiscal deficit and debt rates. The big concern must be with the youth of the region. In conclusion, we have this complexity regioneous region without war, but with the capacity to correct problems as Barbados, Panama, Dominican. They're very successful cases of reforming systems, even in our cities here in the Colombian Caribbean. But we have this problem, and this is what we want to solve from the bank: slow growth, high inequality, high job informality, very slow progress in reducing poverty, growth of criminality, maybe one of the biggest problems, and we are aiding without solving poverty. We don't have enough savings to provide for the pensions required for the Caribbean and Latam. So those are the challenges. To mention just a few of these prospective plans that we are going to have to build together at CARICOM or the association. But if banks are called to the table, we can bring more data, information, and what we see in this century is that we need more cooperation and less human misery, so that we can all together, because nobody has 100% of the solution, 100% of the key to the problem. I was reading this morning this perma-crisis book wrote by Gordon Brown, a former prime minister. Excellent book showing what's happening in the world. It has a page at the end of a book, and CAF has been emphasizing that for every dollar we put in the bank, I multiply that by 4 or 6 in the return operations, and all the returns of that money go back to the countries, either through non-reimbursable services or rate reduction. So if the bank grows, the better. The more the bank grows, the better. But we still need that political will to match the growth of a bank. We can do more. And nevertheless, here in Cartagena, we proposed back then the biggest capitalization in the history of CAF. We proposed that the owners of a bank, the countries, to double the size of a bank by 2030. That was the proposal, and directors authorized that unanimously. They said, okay, the bank that you see today is just half the size that's going to be in 2030, even though we will continue to be just below the optimal line we should have to address the challenges in the region if we want to really solve those problems in this generation. So this is the challenges. Rodolfo spoke about this, of this new globalization that is more fragmented, is a lower, the clash between the US and China, that's a reality. And they're going to put us all to choose either one side, and that's going to bring tensions to Latam and the Caribbean. We have these wars happening, they're affecting trade. We see the displacement of trade to this part of the world due to the conflict in other parts of the world, the debt crisis looming, because we have forced that debt to the limit, 260% of debt over global GDP. That's unsustainable, and 50% of that growth is due to the last 5 years. So we just went over the limit, and if you look at the debates in the US, whoever who wins, more debt is going to come. They will continue to print out money. That's going to have a huge effect on us either way. So this is the challenge we see environmentally, digitally, for the planning that Rodolfo is proposing, this triple transition. We see digital also, how the region is falling behind, is poorly connected. We're financing this optic fiber project between Salvador, Panama, and Miami as a way of connecting, checking on the internet speed in the region. There is an issue with energy, with power infrastructure. We're going to need better power, better quality power for the digital revolution, because everybody thinks that searching Google does not require power or water, but it does, especially to produce data. We still need more water. So if we want to be part of a digital revolution and AI revolution, we spoke about that last week in Uruguay, we're going to need more energy than the one we have today. More green energy too. And the region does not have the mass or the density to address that digital revolution. We cannot just lag behind. We need to upload the data, because the risk that the AI does not cover us with its solutions or hurt us is huge, because we haven't been able to upload the data necessary from the region so that it is put at the service of the AI models. We don't have enough data, so we're just living in the past century, and we're just seeing how growth and digital transformation passes by. The recent report of the EU by Mario Draghi, the former president of a central bank, is very telling of what Europe is doing. They have lost 15% productivity compared with the US in the last 10 years, and it is due to the revolution of digital. We're 33% of productivity of the US, so we just falling behind if we don't accelerate in digital. And environmentally, we're going to be faring even worse if we don't accelerate environmental discussion. The Caribbean sees 1% of the world, sees 10% of biological biodiversity of the Atlantic. We must connect that biological diversity in the Caribbean, that internal coordination among countries with the financial sector, so that we can place value to that data, so we can transfer that benefit transfer that benefit to the south. We need to move into action. That's what we have to do at the bank. This is what we want to propose at the COP16 in Cali, because biodiversity is maybe one of the things I would say that have been neglected in the world conversation. It is the first victim of climate change. It is a victim of climate change, and it is the one that it is receiving the least attention in the discussion of financial compensation. We lose in biodiversity very fast without receiving any compensation, and that requires a unified voice, that requires coordination, multilateral coordination, that requires a joint action, so that we can raise the voice and put it in the context that is needed. I don't want to talk about the frequency of storms. This is a report of the accumulated damage. We've spoken about repairs and damages. We've added up of everything we've been losing lately, but what we've lost, or the losses in these last 3 years, is bigger than the one in the last 20 years, bigger than the cumulative of the last 30 years. We have had the biggest drought, the biggest flood in history. Storms are devastating the Caribbean. We have this water crisis in the Caribbean. We saw the last year. We saw the losses in Panama. We are seeing that in Bogota right now. We are seeing it in Ecuador too. So this cumulative of the last 10 years is raising this fiscal tension, and that is cumulative. We're not able to pay the bill of last flood and drought, and then we having the new crisis coming in, and that's growing fast if we don't pay attention to this. This is why the environmental discussion is not just about for the environmental ministries, but also finance ministers, and the solution has to come from both sides. Final remark, as Humboldt said, this is a Mediterranean Sea of the 1,000 mouths, the Caribbean, and that's going to require solutions of that same level. Solutions that are complex and articulated. Today we have institutions in the region, local institutions that has been created in the last 30 years for the effects of this conversation. I would say CAF was born 30 years ago. And when, I mean, we're still going, I mean, through the birth, through labor is like, you know, like we're going just halfway. We still have half the region to be part of a bank so that we can operate as an integration for the whole region. But this is the message that we had for you today. And regardless of this heterogeneity, we see this as a huge potential. And we also need these regional solutions for the global problem we are facing. And regional integration is the antidote. This is what the founders of a bank thought 56 years ago and still valid today. There's no better answer than a coordinated answer. There's no better answer if we do it in a scale-based approach. And today we're here because of these challenges and these crises, and we are forced to work in a coordinated manner because we know there's no individual solutions, as Pope Francis said. Nobody's going to save themselves here. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Diaz Granados. Our next talk is by Mr. Bruce Buckmaster, President of Andy. He will talk about the Caribbean and the geoeconomic importance. He is an economist with ample experience in leading private and public entities. He's now the chair of the National Association of Businesses Fostering Competitiveness and Social Investment in the country. He's been director of the Department for Social Prosperity and Deputy Minister of Finance, with and a focus on social development for the marginalized. Once he's a social entrepreneur, he's founded charities and has worked in the strengthening of the business sector in Colombia. Welcome. Thank you for the invitation. I want to thank especially Alfonso for inviting me. He called me and gave me this opportunity to address you, Captain Salas, of course, Elizabeth. Thank you, Rodolfo. Thank you for the invitation. Sergio, Ambassador Manjarres, who she's here, but she's also an expert in so many very sensitive issues in the world. Setting today, she was also in the Middle East for some time. Well, thank you, everybody, and thank you for being here. I'm going to try to, in this presentation, I'm going to try to whose water is this? Is it mine or is everybody's water? Given my training, I tend to look at regional issues in relation to ecosystems. That is, I'm very much interested, and I always try my best to understand what happens from the geographic perspective, but also what happens from the extended vision of geography, because geography is not just mountains and lakes, but also human beings and populations and nations. I try to understand the regional approach from ecosystems, understood as systems of societies, human beings, communities, productive systems, infrastructure, and how they interrelate and how they coordinate and what potential they have to work in a more coordinated manner and what the potential is. Maybe some of you know that I have been insisting in the case of Colombia that we look at the Colombian Caribbean as a huge ecosystem, not just as a list of cities that are close together, but rather a region that has a few kilometers, but that has 11 million inhabitants and that has a big enough portion of a GDP to be as big as many other countries that are here with us today. and look at the potentialities of what we can offer the world. That's the way I think, and that's the way I look at things, which is kind of a different thing, a different way to look at these challenges, especially because these challenges bring other components. The environmental perspective, as Sergio said, as Elizabeth said, as Rodolfo said, as much as it has to do with political issues, of course. Regardless of being very close, we can eventually be not as integrated, politically speaking, with other countries or among ourselves. That is the first challenge. This is the first insight. Another thing that I ask myself all the time when I look at this from the geopolitical point of view is, where does the incapacity of Latam and the Caribbean, the capacity to integrate, we're very bad at integrating ourselves. We have very little, very poor, profound integration exercises that have been successful with a lot of attempts, a lot of acronyms, and a lot of entities involved, but we're very bad at that. I'm not talking just about the Caribbean, but from Mexico to the Patagonia. I'm saying that we are in the agenda of the political parties and political leaders, temporary ones. We don't have that big continental aspiration of uniting. When somebody asks me what probability there is that, for example, the countries in LATAM have a unified currency, let me ask you, what probability you think there is that we have one unified single currency? Manager of a bank said 0 probability. None. 0. What probability there is that each of the central banks of our countries cede this monetary policy to a man, maybe Trinidad, and from Trinidad they're going to define where the monetary policy is going to be, how we're going to do it? None. 0. Is that good or bad? So I wrote a book a year ago, that was published a year ago, called the failed continent. We've resigned to not being integrated. We resigned not to be developed. We've resigned to be far from the true freedom, and that democracy is not going to be the rule. And I asked some of the people, who thinks that Colombia is going to be a developed country in 30 years? I'm asking you. Nobody bets on that. So when? 80 years? In 80 years? Who believes that Colombia is going to be a developed country in 80 years? And maybe nobody goes for that. So that tells us a few things. One of the things is that maybe we're going to have to invent our own definition of development, so that there could be different from Norway's and Finland's and Sweden's and Denmark's. So that we can ask Alfonso to help us draft that definition. I'm going to say something. I do believe that there's some initiatives of integration, and I think there are two. One is the gaming events, the Pan American Games, the Caribbean Games, and all that. That's integration. There we come together, we make investments, and the stadiums and all that, we go there, compete, and so on. The other one is the exercise that is led by Sergio. That is one of the few real integration activities or exercises we have in the continent, because it is not just a meeting. I'm sorry, I'm going to say something that's politically incorrect. Only diplomats, just a meeting of diplomats. But not only diplomats, but also a meeting of economies, and that has a huge virtue, because this is not just about sitting and talk to our peers, but to integrate. So the bank says, let's bring in new capital and let's distribute the capital so that we can build development in other places, so that we can thrive. And I think we have a lot to learn from that. Why some achieve integration around this development bank? Why cannot we have that in other aspects? That's a possibility we can explore for integration. Under the lens of the ecosystems, I would say that we must not forget, and this is the other message that I brought today, we cannot forget the following. First, I liked from your presentation, Rodolfo, when you spoke about this, I liked that you said that these things were created 30 years ago. I would say that those things don't are not needed now. We have to do different things. Because one of the things, or one of goals we cannot lose sight of, is that the whole geopolitics conception of human and social development is super dynamic and volatile. We tend to think that today we know where we are and what our weaknesses are and what we have to do. That equation is missing another question. What is it that we don't know that could happen or that could eventually change our thinking concerning where the world is going? Sergio spoke about artificial intelligence. You spoke about the other crisis that we're having right now. And there are other things, migration from Latam to the U.S., political issues. So what we have to do is we need to be very aware that this exercise is very dynamic. And we in Latam, we are pretty average to understand what's happening in the rest of the world and how we have to go about that equation that keeps changing. If we do this exercise, if we did this exercise 10 years ago, surely priorities are going to change, and that's going to keep changing. The strategy also has to change. I always say the most interesting thing here is that we must have a strategy. But we must have a strategy where we believe, a strategy for which we're very passionate about, a strategy that is used to make the decisions that sometimes implies to lose part of the autonomy, because if we think, or if we work together, we think that's better, but that's a very bad example for Colombia today, because we're not even able to define internally long-term goals where we agree. We have too many doubts around that. So I want to insist, I must insist that we must have a very good understanding of what's happening outside, a very good reading of the dynamics, and a good reading of where we want to stand. The conversation is not only a conversation between what's happening in the US and China and the EU. The conversation is not that. Conversation goes through understanding that globalization is not the objective of many of the economies and leaders of the world. So when you quoted the globalization, I said, yeah, but that's outdated. That's what I thought. Thankfully, we didn't do it. That wasn't the way to go. So if that's not the way to go, what should we do, and how can we really integrate? How can we take advantage of that integration so that we can have a better look into the future? Something else I want to mention. We are very Captain, is that a vessel speaking? They said there are ghosts in this building. Part of the conversation, I think, is setting the agenda, and it is the following: what countries are part of organization and what countries are not. The thing is that depends on what. You know this, Alfonso. Why our countries in or out, maybe politically differences. If Venezuela is part of now, oh yes, Venezuela is part of the Caribbean. Whatever happens out there, Cuba is part of the Caribbean. Whatever happens out there, regardless of regimes or regardless of economic discussions, regardless of all that, we have a version of a Caribbean which is, in my opinion, a bit limited because we cannot see the whole potential we have. And if we look at that as the whole picture, maybe we could see scores of new opportunities. If you look at the port issue, and here I want to talk about this hypothesis that I would like everyone to appropriate. This is going to be the end message, but I want to say it now. That looks as a disadvantage, the fact that we don't have that big of an infrastructure as other countries. We don't have the connectivity of other countries. We don't have, or we have a sea that's separating us one another, and we are all several miles away from each other. I think that that is the virtue of the region. That is the main asset of the region. That sea can save us millions and millions of dollars in building roads. If we have this list of ports we have here, if we have this very good, present, active ports, and so many ports, and we have that sea that can be sailed very easily. Well, we have all these storms happening these days, but this sea gives us the best interconnected region in the planet, more than Europe. How many millions Europe has invested in railroads, in roads and tunnels, so that their trains and wagons and trucks move their cargo. But we have this huge highway in front of us, the Caribbean Sea, with vessels that have to go and go. They don't have to be ours, and with our very efficient ports. I want to leave this as a final conclusion, but I want to start now. This is our competitive advantage. Our Caribbean can be. I want to say two things here, but I don't want to stop in this slide. If we include Mexico, and I say we must include Mexico in the Caribbean as per the definition, but we must also include the southern states of the United States because they're also part of the Caribbean. So if you unite the whole Gulf of Mexico, all the Caribbean, Central America, all the islands, and then you include Guyana, Colombia, Venezuela, if you do that, plus Suriname, if you do that, we have an economy that can be something like Europe, and all this with all this interconnection, because it is interconnected automatically by the maritime routes that can be sailed. And as Sergio said, we were like the Mediterranean of the 1,000 mouths of the Mare Nostrum of the Caribbean, as they call the Mediterranean in the Middle Age. And Mare Nostrum that nobody can control, that nobody can block, with the exception of the passage to the Pacific. But there is another thing there to discuss. We produce a lot of products. We have food, we have natural resources, services, we have a lot of things. We have tourism, we have a logistics platform that is very powerful, very powerful. Sometimes we have some issues, such as the case of Colombia connecting our coast with the interior of the country, but I'm always asked, and I remember when I went to Venezuela when I was younger, they told me, why don't you have an accent? They asked me. It is not that I didn't have an accent, but, well, I mean, Venezuelans have accents, the people from Cartagena have accents, but if you ask me, what is the closest point from all the mountains to Dominican Republic or Cuba? We're closer to them. even in time, moving tons from Cartagena to Dominican Republic is a lot cheaper than moving cargo from Cartagena to the inside of a country. Same thing in Venezuela.
Making inroads in non-conventional renewable energy sources, and that talks about the future, the power of the future. Colombia, which is the one that I know the most. In the case of La Guajira, is doing interesting. Is doing it in solar terms and wind terms, which can be actually part of the immense solution that we have. Agribusiness, the petrochemical chain is very strong. We have a culture. We could easily be the richest intercultural cluster of the planet, the Caribbean, and the economy of entertainment is ever growing, and it grows because it moves not only tourism, but it moves and produces, artists. That industry is a growing industry. It is one where we can and should continue to generate things. Tourism, let's not speak of it. We know that we are after like Europe and France, and Spain and France, and some areas in the United States, we're the most interesting and most attractive region in terms of producing tourism. And if we include within this, like you said, the southern states of the United States, well, it would be something massive, very large. Now, despite or even though that, politically speaking, talking about petroleum is forbidden today, and no one can defend. Truth is that there's a lot of resources in there, and it has been the fiscal solution. And I will talk about fiscal matters of many countries, of successful countries today. Let's talk about Norway. Let's not talk about United Arab Emirates, United States, Saudi Arabia. It has been the solution for a large number of economies. The transition has not yet been completed, and the region has actually a very strong cluster in terms of production. And if you notice, when one takes into account all that is in Venezuela, Guyana, what we have here, what happens in the Gulf of Mexico, actually what we have is a very large thing. And if one could, and if one should guarantee that those resources were correctly used, I would say that that would be a source, an actual source of wealth for our societies and resources for our economies that we should try and tap into. And if we talk about natural gas and we accept that natural gas as the fuel for the energy transition, then we will have something that could be very, but very interesting. Now, we have to be conscious, and I'll repeat this, that the trade dynamics is changing. Sergio said, I think you said it now, we are going to be forced to make the decision of whether we are on the side of China or the U.S. That's true. But I think that we are going to have to make a decision. We are either on the side of China or the U.S. or not, or neither. But we need to make a decision. We need to make a decision. There's one thing that cannot happen is that reality makes the decision for us. If we let reality make the decision for us, we are going to be actually this very precarious decision makers in terms of the production of economic development. We need to make a decision. I say this to Colombia too. Colombia needs to decide where it will stand, and will it stand strong vis-a-vis the United States and vis-a-vis the free trade agreement, or will it stand tough in front of China so that what we consider open dumping, labor dumping, environmental dumping, which exist among the concerns of international trade today. But the thing is that we as a bloc, we need to make a decision let me tell you something. If one could ask, or should ask something from the United States, and this, I believe, is one of these things where we can and should unite. If one should have to ask the United States not to help us in terms of the military defense, we would not to help us in the defense against drug trafficking. No, the United States should actually work on the prosperity of our peoples. The lack of prosperity in our peoples is what explains migration. Many get irked. They get mad and they build Chinese walls on their border. They kill themselves among themselves. That's hardly politically speaking, in terms of ideologically speaking, in terms of migration. But truth is that the migration is the result of lack of opportunity in our region. There are countries that are simply without any other alternative for its generation to take that important leap of economic forward mobility. Uh, Surely you might have seen a lady crossing the Darien jungle with three kids. And one never knew whether she was going to die or the kids. I mean, what made that woman make that decision? 6,000 kilometers. Well, my only opportunity is not study or the monetary transfers from the government, or that one or the other should win. My only true um, possibility to have greater social mobility is to go to a country where there's greater prosperity. That's the solution for things. Also, the solution for drug trafficking, for crime, the solution against crime. So this is the conversation about this. I want to propose to you and tell you that we should, and I will emphasize on something that I've insisted on for a long time. When one is asked what the center of the world is, what is it? One will say, well, it all depends on when you're asking, because if you're asking me in the year 1000, I could have said that the center of the world was Istanbul, because that is where the center of the world might have been at some point the Suez Canal or the Strait of Gibraltar, or the Macao Strait. Actually, the center of the world is something that changes as the years progress. Now, for all of you in the Navy, and nowadays, what did happen in the planet was that we got interconnected sea-wise. Today, it is easy to collect and take things with great volume and value from one place to the other. If you run an exercise to try and measure, and I did in the Andes, and I talk about it with certain frequency, the 100 most important ports in terms of origin and destination. That is Cartagena. How far is it from the other 99? New Orleans. How far is it from the other 99? Amsterdam. Shanghai. How far is it from the other 99? You'll see that by far the Caribbean is closest to the rest of the world than the rest of the world. It is much closer. And this I say because we bring the raw materials, we take finished products, or we receive finished products, and that has a lot of consequences. But one of them is a consequence about which there is ever more interest in the planet, which is what is the carbon footprint of trading, of producing and consuming things. So if we are so much closer, then you realize, well, you might have seen what happened in Yemen now, and how hard it is to transit the Suez Canal. We had sort of like just like with the perfume, we saw a free sample of how critical it was that day when that ship blocked the Suez Canal, and how hard it was to transfer the shipments. Now, having said that, today in Yemen the same thing is happening. Ships cannot arrive in Yemen. Who is the biggest one affected? About the economy in India, China. How do you make it to get to Europe? How do you do it to get to the U.S.? Well, we have that immense virtue of being able to be there in the middle of all this, so close to the rest of the planet. We are the ones who are the closest at the same time of Europe and China, or of Europe and the United States. For the United States, it's even a problem sometimes, to go from the East Coast into the West. This is done in kilometers. I plotted kilometers from Cartagena, and you notice how they change. If one starts adding things, and you start coming up with very interesting figures through that big highway, which no doubt the sea represents to us. That there's local exercise around that. Now we have challenges, and as you mentioned them, environmental challenges. We have to get up to speed in today's trends, infrastructure, resources, education, and ultimately, what I want to say is that we have a big ecosystem with many things. and where you see me in the in the square, it says puertos, not pu, right? 'Cause- but ports, it's important. There are many in the region, and if one start to sort of like superpose interesting things on this map or over this map, then you'll say, let's plot great tourist spots, places where there are petroleum projects or hydrocarbons activity, everything, and including everything that revolves around gas and energy transition. When one talks about industrial hubs, then one says, where are there important things? What happens in Querétaro? What happens in Monterrey? Well, what happens in Florida? What happens in Colón? Well, we have many things. And if on top of that you add the maritime routes, one is faced with a small maritime ecosystem. It's small because it's not as large, but super interconnected, super synergistic in the sense that we have incredible complement between one and the other economies, where we insist on something, and I wanted to not insist, but where we insist on being ever more independent, where we should be rather more complementary to each other. I know this is not a solution for tomorrow or the day after, but we need to construct a collective vision of the Caribbean in terms of where we can consider ourselves the center of the world, and that we sell the world the idea that we are actually, this is not a metaphor, you know, a cliche metaphor. We are now what at some point the Mediterranean was, you know, in terms of trade, where one has connections with the five continents, where we are the gateway to many countries in South America, but it's actually the gateway to the United States, but also it's on the way to the Pacific and the entire Atlantic. We have that closeness, so powerful. Lots of maritime frequencies, and where we have an opportunity. So I say, if we are capable of doing this or that, you know, conjugating this with our political differences, conjugating this with our economic differences from the standpoint of economic model, and all, I do feel that we have a jewel in our hands that we can actually turn into the greatest opportunity in the planet, and that is somewhat the message that I want to leave you with. We need to dream, but I believe that countries need to dream. Every country needs to dream, and I am sure, and I've studied this, what were the various dreams of, say, South Korea, Vietnam, Thailand, China's, Europe. All those economies that we so admire from some of these points of view were economies that afforded themselves the liberty of dreaming, and after having dreamt, they turned it into their strategic plan, and they said, my strategic plan is to get there, and we are going to get there, and I believe that we have that opportunity. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, doctor.
Thank you very much, Dr. McMaster. And
Ahora continuamos
now we will continue with
con la presentación del doctor
the presentation by Jorge Acevedo, doctor. He is president and CEO of GA Group of Mexico, who will talk to us about the regional integration and near-shoring, a holistic approach for the Caribbean. Jorge Arturo Acevedo is a noted Mexican entrepreneur, president of the Yacht Group and Yacht Group US, a consortium encompassing construction, consultancy, investment funds, and international trade. His experience extends to both the private and public sector. He has been consultant for important organizations such as the IDB and the Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean. He is known for developing the holistic vision and the holistic model, which have been key project with social and economic impact for the region. Welcome, Dr. Acevedo. Thank you, everyone, for the invitation. Rodolfo, Alfonso, Captain. I don't want to extend myself in my, but I want to start with a saying that my grandmother used to, deeds are loved and not good reasons. And my predecessors have made me change my presentation twice, so I'm not going to screen anything, nor will I use graphs that we can look at Google Maps or in Google or now in ChatGPT. We can request a lot of information that you are all familiar with. I would like also to start or begin by telling you that I had the joy of having three mentors, three coaches who made me change the way I thought in the 90s. When I, very incipiently, I was studying and designing what they wanted to become the model of holistic vision, and that it should turn into a methodology and a model applicable to the economic development, but with that social impact based on the development of infrastructure, industrial, logistics. But I found myself with topics that were totally the opposite. One was the lack of money for infrastructure. Then, what my predecessors have mentioned, the lack of an integral vision. One, not many visions. I come from a country, federated country, Mexico. Each state, similar to the US, each state has its own autonomy. So today we talk about a region of the Greater Caribbean. Let's not go to the Greater Caribbean, let alone the Greater Caribbean. Get Mexico in agreement between the state. Well, I no longer will appeal to the state. The municipalities, the municipalities in my state, the neighbors of the neighborhood where I live, the members of my family to agree. Where are we gonna vacation? No, I cannot. Well, yeah, I can't. But see, that's the problem of the Latin American person. And that's the problem. See, we have the problem of the what do you you know, we just plan, but we plan. Don't screw around. About strength and weakness, which we know, um, um, it but then comes a new government, state, municipal, or local, and now we have to do a market study. We need to assess the situation. Really, you don't know. Why did you became a politician? Don't tell me you don't know. The youngest in your family. Know what the condition is. You don't need a psychiatrist or counselor to know what how the family is doing. But we love to come. We love to have people come and tell us what's right and what's wrong. In those 90s, I had three mentors that I had the joy of meeting alive in person. And people who are still active, by the way. One of them, Ros Perot, who to me is the true father of hinterland ports and the multimodal logistics centers in Texas. I visited Texas, and at that time he was about to launch his candidacy as an independent candidate, and he is the independent candidate that has gotten the closest to the presidency. But in turn, he had an idea. Whilst in campaign, his helicopter, and this is an anecdote, told to me by him, he was campaigning, but he had the means. He didn't belong to neither the Republicans nor the Democrats. And in one campaign tour that he was in Los Angeles, he made an appointment to meet with the Los Angeles and the Port Authority. Now his helicopter pilot made a mistake and he landed on a building in Los Angeles. And Ross Perot gets down. No one is waiting for him. He goes down in the elevator. There's no one in the meeting room. When he asks, he's told, "Look, it's in the office of at Long Beach, right in front. So how do I cross?" So I'll have to just come down or maybe get up to my helicopter. But in the meantime, while they were fixing his logistics, lack of communication, he peered out the window and he saw a number of ships outside, impressive number. And he asked one of the men, "Why are there so many ships out there?" They're waiting for their position to be able to unload and some to load. And how long does that take? No, some take 10 hours, other take 3 days. What? And how much is that? Well, it's a lot of money. And you know what? The cost for those containers that are downloaded here, well, it's also expensive. And when you take it out of customs, and so he started getting interested with logistics just because of an accident. So he started getting into it. It was not an accident. I call him a God accident. And so he said, I have a gigantic farm in Alliance, Texas, and near Fort Worth. So he took the task, and he says, how do I avail myself of this opportunity? So he took it with him. His history ended up in that he went and did his event, but he never made it to the presidency, but he negotiated. I'm not going to tell you with whom to get off the candidacy, but in return for a dedicated railroad from Los Angeles to Texas, and he created the biggest dry port in the planet in Alliance, Texas, and he constructed the first dry port, multimodal dry port, to take containers quickly out of Long Beach on LA to take them to Texas, which was abundant in land, and there do the transformation and the dispatch, and then create the dry port. I know that my passion then turned or began being the multimodal logistics. I met him, and he gave me an advice. Do you really want to do it? Yeah, but I want to do it in Mexico. Of course you can do it. Dream about it. Dare. And he told me, but my countrymen are not going to believe it. No, just believe and dare. He was my first mentor. The second mentor was a gentleman that you perhaps might have gotten wind of him. He's dead already, but Lee Kuan Yew. I had the joy of meeting with Lee Kuan Yew, the founding father of Singapore. Ross Perot made that possible for me. I went and met him, and he told me, travel to the world and go and see the most important projects that are being developed. And you have to go quickly to Singapore. You have to go to Busan in South Korea. You have to go to Zaragoza in Spain, and then start creating your model that you are thinking about and dreaming about. But don't just keep my ideas. Go and meet Lee Kuan Yew and see what he's doing in Singapore. Singapore. So I went, and I was what? The port, the world's biggest port logistics center. But Lee Kuan Yew said something important that he taught me. If I do not know my strengths and weaknesses, and those of who surround me, I'll not be able to do what I want to do. In Singapore, he said. Back then, Singapore had 3.5 million people, no natural resource, nothing. And Lee Kuan Yew did not stop to wait on whether the people around him were going to believe or not in him. The Greater Caribbean has natural resources, more population than Singapore back then. 50 years have gone by after Singapore. Today, Singapore is a world power, an economic, logistic world power, social, because they betted on education, culture, infrastructure, and to tap salt water for sweet water. And here we are concerned and worried about what we have, really. So what? We're going to take another 30 years? What are we missing? And my third mentor to create my model, Michael Moore, another wild guy, the youngest of them. He was the first the youngest prime minister of New Zealand, and who made it all the way to presidency of the World Trade Organization. No, the World Labor Organization. And Mike Moore said to me back then, Jorge, the Asian dragon was very much in vogue. It was going to wake up. It was going to awaken, and there comes the Asian dragon. But and Mike Moore would say, let's not fear them. Let's see what they are doing. China turned into the first maquila of the world because of the cheap labor. But it did something that we have not wanted to do in Latin America, deigned ourselves to do it. And I start with my country, technology transfer. They conditioned their maquila capabilities to the transfer of technology. And they got laughed up in their faces and they said, the world of, we said the workers of the world is what make things cheap, but they appreciated technology. The transfer of knowledge. And I'm going to start talking about my second topic, which is nearshoring. Watch out. Oh, mind you, the war of the United States and China. What is that? So what? The nearshoring started back in the days of the Phoenician. It started way before a free trade agreement with the U.S. out of an imminent need. Products and services needed to be produced close to where the consumers were. And where it was the cheapest. That's where nearshoring started. It's just that the word is now invoked, just like solidarity and so many others. Nearshoring is nothing new. It's where you want me to tend to you fastest and more efficiently. Do you know who is the biggest nearshoring investor? Who is the biggest investor? Not China. Chinese companies. And we are in Latin America waiting for nearshoring and then, the American companies to come and invest with us. No, Chinese are already building whole industrial parks in countries with their companies, with their new technology, and now they are the ones who are hiring the cheap labor in Latin America to be near the consumer market. Who are we going to be, with the U.S. or China? No, we need to be with Latin America. We need to be with the Caribbean. We need to be with ourselves, but we need infrastructure. But we need to have a rule of law, We need the rule of law, and we need to tell our authorities that, authorities should govern, and we, the private individuals, should start to get involved with, well, of course, getting involved with, but also involving ourselves on how we will develop the labor market, the professional market. If our pocket doesn't hurt as private individuals, how are we going to evolve? And here we come to a classic case that we carried out in Guanajuato. 30 years ago in Guanajuato, we were one of the three main exporters of labor. And our competition was Michoacán and Zapateca. Every year we competed. We were a precarious the vendor of primary services, but in the field, not technified, the most precarious type of field. We were called the grain basket of America. Irresponsibly, we depleted our water, and then years later, we almost depleted our phreatic level. We didn't produce anything.
That's where we said either we do something or we die, because we just have very few people. We have no water and we're not doing anything. We didn't have universities. And then a decision was made to generate a patient. I knocked on doors. They loved my method. They said, Jorge, they called me like, Jorge, your method is huge. How many have you done? And then I said, no, I haven't done anything. Can you give me the chance? And they said, your method is so good that when you have the first one succeed, you can then come back. And it's been 11 years knocking on doors, but we had already put it together as a method because we hadn't done one, but then we worked with Juan Carlos Romero, a governor. He was then a senator, but he had been the chancellor of the university, so he understood the academic approach. And then he said, Jorge, I have a year in office. What can you do in a year? And I said, Governor, first thing, the CEPEMS model disappears because that doesn't work in LATAM. That was made for for England. It is perfect PPPs, but we just distort them here in LATAM because governments gave them concessions, and if it didn't work, then the government came and bailed them out. Wonderful. If it doesn't work, then I get bailed out, and if it works, I say that I'm reinvesting, and I never share the royalties. That's how they work in LATAM. And concessions I give them to my friends, my acquaintances, my uh, partners. So we created the model of majority state companies. So we told the governor we're going to be the first joint project in LATAM with your government, but with the rules of a private. And if we do good, both do good, the government and the private. If we fail, government and private fail. That's how we created the interior port Guanajuato, where the government is the majority shareholder, but the private brings in the capital. If multinational institutions such as banks supported this joint companies with the government, they would have more participation from the governments, but the principle, the majority capital, is brought in by the private. And we created a Guanajuato port, a project that based on market studies that said that Guanajuato didn't have a chance and that we only could create a 50-hectare park. But Dr. Acevedo, with his method, said we're going to do this 400 hectares project, and we are looking for 800 more. And then he said, no, that is not a possibility. And then I can bring Mike Moore for them. Ross Perot project, it is 12,000 hectares. Yeah, but that's in Texas, in the U.S. So can I not have a 1,200 hectare project in Mexico, Guanajuato, but there's no labor, no education? Can I not have it here? No, Jorge, you can't. But now we're gonna have it. So we developed Guanajuato port in 1,200 hectares, where there was nothing, there was no investment, there was no thing in Guanajuato. Today we have 700 AAA companies. We're the fourth producer of automobiles on the planet, and we only stayed in LATAM that stopped exporting labor and we started to import labor. Today we have 17 universities, new universities, plus another 20 that have been created. Today we have 27 industrial parks around Guanajuato port, and today 7.8 million dollars have been created, and 79 jobs have been created. Is it possible? Yes, of course. Build infrastructure. And the infrastructure, we built it in 2005, and we supported the other 400 hectares in the middle of a crisis in 2008, and they told the governor that we were deceiving them. They're just tricking you. That's what they called that interior port. That was a failure. Then the governor told me, you either bring a company or I put you in jail. I cannot just keep these guys from criticizing you, because the government forked 100 million, and then I brought 300 million from private. With 400 million, we started the project. On year 3, there was the 2008 crisis, and we were ready with 3 years ahead. When the crisis hit in 2008, we had the infrastructure ready to be laid, and we created a cluster for Japan. Japan will never come to Guanajuato. Japan, what do they have to do with Mexico? And then I said, if at any point Japan has a crisis or a situation with the territory, we must be ready for the Japanese. I just went for it, but in 2011, then the tsunami hit and the earthquake hit, The only place in Latam that was ready to receive the Japanese was Guanajuato port. Overnight, we received 13 Japanese companies, including Hino, Mazda, Toyota. They came to us because we were ready there. We had the infrastructure. We had the rule of law and the framework for development. That was in 2008 and 2011. Nearshoring didn't exist back then. It didn't exist. But that's not what I want to show off. That's not my intention. That I'm doing this magic tricks. It is believing and working for development, but action must be taken. Just stop planning. You need to land it. And the model then was brought to Canada. What are you saying? Mexicans in Canada? Guanajuato's model, the holistic model, Mexican-based, going to Canada? Yes. Justin Trudeau invited us to build the Central Canada in Manitoba, in Winnipeg. And we copied the Guanajuato port project at 1,200 hectares. We did it in Surfport, Canada with 800 hectares. And they started in 2015 to do their nearshoring in Winnipeg in Manitoba. And they called us from the Palmas Foundation, from the World Bank, to go to Burkina Faso to build an integration project. Problem was that people and political issues didn't allow. The Great Caribbean, please, for the sake of God, it's time. You have to do it now. You must do it now. No, don't wait in 30 years to see it again and ask why we're not doing it yet. This is like just, ringing the bell, and just whoever is here, just get started. You've done a great job in 30 years, and since I'm not here to just talk, my dear Rodolfo, this is in English, in French, and Spanish, the proposals for the association, so we can get it done. We don't want any consulting or contract. This is for free, in your hands. We must do it. We have to take action. Nearshoring for the Great Caribbean. We must define what we're going to maquila, what we're going to manufacture, what we're going to design as our own. Made in the Caribbean, made in Cartagena, made in Colombia. And those products, those projects, and those companies in 30 years should be doing nearshoring and installing in Africa and India. Your companies setting in other countries, settling, not just waiting for other companies to come and settle in your port, but what companies of ours are installing in other places. That's the nearshoring we're after, but we need to transfer technology. We need to learn from them. We need to educate. We need to train. We brought the National Polytechnical School, and they said, "Are you crazy? Why are you bringing the National Polytechnical School inside this interior port? What are those young students here? What are they going to do to learn from the ones doing the job?" And the lesson is that the directors of the plants must be the teachers of the students at the university. That's the goal. And you know what? No strikes. Because the professor is the employee of that company. And the students, if they just make a mess, they have the future employer as the professor. It is not about failing. I'm not going to hire you. That's your thing. I'm not going to give you an A. I'm going to give you the best position in my company. I'm not talking about projects. I'm not talking about dreams. This is reality that has transformed, and that can also be done in the Caribbean, in Latin America. We must do it. We have to dare. I want to close by saying that we have lots of challenges, but also lots of opportunities. Along these times, China has gone from being just a known maquila to become a developer country, a real innovation country, and an investment company. That country that grew with the arrival of company from all around the world, now they have at the same level of the US, and then they have told the US, I'm ready for war, not weapons and arms. There, I'm not interested. I'm interested in a commercial war. 30 years ago, that was impossible. Not militarily speaking, but economically speaking. Today, who's supporting the biggest debt in the US? That is China. They understood the formula. We must not just go for infrastructure and not just education. We must understand the reason why, the what for we want all that, and what we're going to do with all that capital in knowledge, all that capital in human talent, and all that capital in infrastructure. What are we going to do with all that? Those blueprints and maps, I'm going to ask you to please share them with me. Bruce presented them. We must understand how to value so we can become the benchmark for the world. Yes. Political, aspect is an issue, but once they see us united, they don't have to ask you, how many have you done? They're going to have to get on board. No chance. That's the only thing they can do. Jiangping said from China, it does not matter if the cat is black or white, as long as it hunts mice. It doesn't matter if it's Democrat or Republican or left or right or speaks English or French or Spanish. Let's go get the mice. Sergio Díaz Granados very recently said, the future of the region relies on its capacity to work together, availing the opportunities of a global trade and growing the strategic alliances to promote sustainable, inclusive development. Let's take him up on that. And the General Secretary of the Caribbean States, a friend of us all, said in one of his talks, one of his interventions, he has said that the role of the nearshoring in the Caribbean has a unique opportunity to bring foreign investment and to take advantage of its strategic geographical location. With the right policies and a sustainable development approach, we can be the engine of growth in the Western Hemisphere. Rodolfo, if I didn't believe in you and if I didn't believe in these words, I wouldn't be here. God bless you all. Thank you all for your participation here in this first panel of the seminar in celebration of the 30th anniversary of the ACS. Now we have a recess, and I'll see you back here at 2. 2:30, you said? 2:30. Please, be back here. Sorry. Sorry, everybody. We want to show a video. 3 more minutes, please. To design a future, we must learn from the past. We have to live the present intensively and dream big. The cities, the regions, and the countries must not reinvent every 3 or 6 years. The growth and integrated development must happen with a long-term vision and by doing actions that impact a better quality of life for their inhabitants. The economic and social development cannot be achieved by degree or just with good intentions. Teamwork, society and government work is required to build the necessary conditions to achieve sustainable development, to strengthen social fabric through time. With more than 25 years developing projects and businesses inside and outside Mexico, JA Group understands that infrastructure is key to improve economy and well-being of the population. So we've created and implemented the HVM model to plan strategies and the holistic infrastructure model, HIM, to execute them, which makes them a unique company for articulating, executing, and implementing infrastructure projects, both private and public. The HVM model visualizes, designs, articulates, and improves trigger strategies for sustainable social and economic development. And the HIM model is applied to design, plan, manage, and execute infrastructure projects in the short, medium, and long term defined in the roadmap that results from integrating the vision of a public sector and the private initiative with the participation of the civil society. The holistic vision model articulates the projects with a systematic and functional approach based on 4 pillars. Social, promote development of human qualified capital to generate social well-being. Infrastructure, identified as an essential means for human and social economic development. Environment, non-negotiable component to understand the environment and its equilibrium to incentivize sustainability. Economic, to promote the growth of economic value to generate well-being. All this with the purpose to implement projects with a multiplying effect of resources and to generate alliances that bring social improvement based on the participation of state, initial private initiatives, and civil participation. The key of a success is in the integration of tractor projects that are strategic and special, complying with these central strategies in the long term and specific approaches with measurable results in the short term. Using these concentric circles as a basic tool to define the impact areas in local development, both regional and international. In addition to that, the concentric circles join the territorial, physical, geographical needs of the projects, giving it an implicit value to economic development with a social impact. Articulated infrastructure and designed holistically improves efficiency of production, transportation, and communications, in addition to generating economic incentives in the public and private sector necessary to achieve a greater growth and attraction of investment. This is the time to think and act holistically, doing decisive actions that transcend, forge, and reflect identity and sense of belonging in the people. JA Group, I step to a better world.
Muchas gracias a todos.
Thank you, everybody. I'll see you back here at 2:30 in the afternoon to move on with a climate change panel. Thank you all for participating.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm the designated batter. Uh, I'm, I am in terms of emceeing. As we explained this morning, the Association of the Caribbean States works on five, or based on five focal areas. The main, precisely, is conservation and preservation of the Caribbean Sea. We have a task, actually a mandate from the United Nations of designating the Caribbean as a special zone where, in fact, we are all custodians of that Caribbean Sea. And so there's a commission within the our body referred to as the Caribbean Commission that unites all the specialists and the technicians who come from the various member countries on matters related to the environment, climate change, etc., who actively participate on the main problems and priorities that the region has in terms of or around climate change. Climate change is made up of several factors. We're not going to just focus on one because climate change deals practically with everything that we do in the Caribbean. It deals with tourism. It deals with transportation. It deals with fishing, biodiversity. It also deals with the coral reefs, also with sandy shores and coastal erosion, the rise in sea level, and the way in which the rise in sea level is affecting all these islands. And it now even deals with migration. So we have a project that we have launched, or we're launching with the United Nations on the migration that climate change will cause throughout this region, and actually what the impact that that does have. And to talk about that, we have Constanza Ricaute Villota, a marine biologist from Universidad del Valle, Colombia. She has a master's and a doctor's degree in science and coastal oceanography from the University of Baja California. She is coordinator of the eco-science and coastal sciences of In the Mud. She's the coordinator, and since 2012, she is the National Ecology Award Enrique Pérez Alvarez Fund for the Protection of the Environment, Jose Celestino Mutis. But she is a widely known Colombian researcher from Cali who will address this important matter to us, the Association of the Caribbean States, and all of you in attendance. Thank you very much for the presentation, the introduction, and thank you all of you who are here with us. Apologies for the delay, but we've had several panel members with an important message that I don't want to break away from, because the two previous panels were kind of like two separate worlds. And the first message that I'd like to start with is that we're not separate worlds. Climate change, environment, coastal erosion is so integrated to everything that you discussed this morning: the economy of the Caribbean region, the economy of Latin America, the day-to-day life, transportation. So yes, it cannot be separated from those. And when we start thinking about that dimension and that, that they are separate, that's when we start having problems. When we start thinking that economy has nothing to do, or development, they are not opposed to the environment or development, they're not opposite ends, or they are opposite ends. So, yeah. What I'd like to present to you has to do with the risks coastal risks in the greater Caribbean, although there are some slides that talk about Latin America, and just like a panel member said, a previous panel member who came before me, Latin American cannot be separated from the Caribbean. The idea is that we be an integral region who thinks in an articulated manner. So I will touch upon several of the messages mentioned by my predecessors, because I believe that it is important not to forget. My presentation consists in two parts: coastal risk, and the other is how we enhance the value of nature as a mitigator of these coastal risks. And those of you in the morning heard about how important this matter of the value of nature and enhancing it is for the CAF. You also heard from the Lady Minister how Colombia or the world is going to negotiate, the Global South is going to negotiate, those of us below the equator, in those territories, how we contribute to the world. And we do contribute in many ways. We're not the ones who issue the most, but we are the ones who most can capture CO2, or capture CO2 the most. We are not the ones who deforest. Yes, we do, but for the purpose, not for the purpose of our territories, but for other greater purposes, so we can contribute a lot to our growth, world growth, in those territories where we live, south of the equator. So this is a bit about what I will present, many topics, but I'll go through them quickly. Today, I also thought about it when I listened to Bruce McMaster. Says we have better roads than Europe. People will say, "What? Are you crazy? Europe is connected by trains." And he said, "No. How many lines, maritime lines, are there? We are extremely interconnected. It's just that our view to the sea is very precarious. We are not countries, generally in Latin America, we're not seafaring countries. Caribbean countries, since they are surrounded by water, they are seafaring. But us in Colombia, Mexico, Venezuela, we're not seafaring countries. So we don't think about how important that we don't see the maritime lanes as important as the land highways. And we've lifted also from the side of biodiversity, or the marine and coastal matters have not been as relevant in Colombia, but in general Latin American countries, as those topics would be for the Caribbean. So this coastal area, I have shown you. I show you a summarized definition. This coastal zone that I will talk to you about, where 50% of the world lives next to, and where 50% or over 50% for the Caribbean is most are sitting in coastal regions. So this region is really important. It has two problems. A problem that comes from the high area of the basins that reaches our coast, but then the interaction with the sea, and then the problem of the interaction with the atmosphere. So we need to consider three important aspects, and this makes coastal areas a very problematic issue. So in the Caribbean, we have also important topics related to climate change that we are experiencing. Before they were a future threat, today Cartagena floods every so often, more so than expected. Many territories have been lost due to the rise in sea level, and our predictions, our forecasts are falling short. So an increase in the sea level, about 30 centimeters, increase of the intensity and frequency, not only the number, but the intensity of hurricanes that we are witnessing in the Caribbean in between August and November. A number of categories, some of lesser categories, but others, such as Milton. Thank God this hurricane did not affect us in the south, but increase in the intensity and frequency of cold fronts. Cold fronts that come into the Caribbean. So every year we're playing with the same thing at the start of the year. big sea rising, and then until the mid of the year, and then hurricanes. So we are a territory at risk almost the entire year. We have changes in climate systems, and as you see, either we have extreme dry seasons that are affecting us, or excess rain, which are often associated to the El Nino or La Nina phenomenon, but which also have a lot to do with climate change and how these systems are changing. Marine heat waves, even though these waves don't affect cities as much, they do affect the marine life to a great extent. Life that we depend on because many of our countries rely on the economy of fishing and marine resources. Tourism depends on marine resources. The coral reefs are among the systems and ecosystems that are most affected by heat waves. And one point that would seem small, but I will address here, deals with the increase in population in the coastal regions and the unplanned coastal development. And that is a point that would seem, why is it part of the climate change issues? Because most of our problems come from a lack of planning and many resources. In fact, that's why the Kyoto Protocol talks about risks and mitigation of risks in terms of ecosystems. Why? Well, because we place the ecosystem at risk. Most resources are spent on mitigating risk or attending to disasters. And that's a lot of resources invested in mitigating, and always when risk materialize and we need to tend to disasters, well, as opposed to that, we could invest in development or education or health that are costing actually a lot of money. And as the climate change gets harder to manage, we see it enhanced because of this disarray that we see and experience in our coastal regions. So I wanted, with that message, I also wanted to explain to you that this is a work by Cali Colaboradores from 2017. It's not as recent, but it shows you, see, all those little red circles that you see are the places of greatest exposure to risk. And the ones in yellow are the ones with the least exposure. And in Latin America and the Caribbean, we have many sites of high exposure. Exposure to what? Well, these are large populated centers with not too powerful economies, with a lot of beach shorelines that may be exposed, and then population in general who is exposed. So if you see it that way, well, that we have many sites. And if we zoom into these, in the Caribbean, we see that there are many high exposure sites in the Caribbean. That means that we are definitely facing many situations of risk in our Caribbean, and that means that we need to take action, immediate action at that. And when we convert that to risk, and this risk index from the same authors explains, I will convert these with other kinds of, I'll blend exposure, vulnerability, and I come out with a risk matrix. And it deals with the number of people, it deals with the economy. This is the exposure, and over here we deal with the threats present and the exposure to that threat and vulnerability. Then so the figures are somewhat softened. But if I zoom in, even though the continental shoreline would seem, and I'm not too much in agreement with the others, but at least that's the data, would seem to soften the risk. The islands, but the Mexican Caribbean would seem the coastal risk index would seem not to be so softened. We don't have information for coastal risk for the Lesser Antille and for the most part the islands in the Greater Caribbean. So we cannot tell you, in fact, what that risk is. Now, when we talked about erosion, when we see it in terms of erosion, which is the work that we conducted precisely with the Association of Caribbean States, I didn't manage to document the entire Caribbean. We don't have erosion rates with all of the Caribbean. We don't have all the percentages of erosions for all the shorelines in the Caribbean, and that I think is the first input for our inventory. So I managed to reconstruct something in the Caribbean. So we have zones with coastal erosion, which is why the work by the folks in Cali make me think, because we have zones like Colombia, the Mexican Caribbean, Nicaragua, Trinidad and Tobago, Cuba, and the Dominican Republic, with over 50% of the coast under threat uh, from coastal erosion. And the ones that have the least is Costa Rica, Panama. I'm, I'm, I'm talking Panama, but on the Caribbean side, 4%. And Venezuela, 13%, even though Venezuela with outdated data, because we have no way of obtaining current data from Venezuela. Backward, 0.6 meter per year, we're losing the shoreline in the Caribbean. But there are places, critical sites, Panama, the rate of retrenchment of the 10 and 20 meters. Colombia is the same, 0.69 per year is actually a softened rate, because we have places like kilometer 19 on the way Barranquilla to Santa Marta, where we can see rates of 15 to 20 meters of shoreline that are being lost. When we see this, a meter per year for an island, it's a lot. It's way too much territory being lost. So we start thinking, well, this is getting complicated, ever more. And as a region, we need to address these challenges in an articulated manner. We need to understand what is happening and then cooperate from our knowledge, but also in terms of solutions. When we see access to sea level, we in the Caribbean, and especially over there in the blue box, we fall in one of the regions with the highest rates of the rise the sea level, especially in the continental Caribbean. That is why Colombia experiences one of the highest rates of coastal losses, because it deals with the level of the sea. It has to do with climate change, but we also have phenomena where the current of the Caribbean pushes the water onto the Colombian coast, and that creates a combined effect, a rise because of the current, but a rise also due to the climate change. So little talk is made when one looks at the studies of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. We almost all know the speech. The emissions of the greenhouse gases and the issues of greenhouse gases have some conservative scenarios and then catastrophic scenarios. And we almost always we play with that. Us scientists, we say, let's play with a medium scenario. Let's deal with the catastrophic sea level, but that deals only not with the greenhouse or climate change, but with the occupation of the land. So the Intergovernmental Panel also has some social economic causes. When one looks at greenhouse gases, more or less emissions, now let's talk about whether our development is or is not sustainable. So over here, they state what the challenges are. Mitigation in terms of social economic problems. What could the challenge in mitigation be, and what would the challenges be? See, there are two. This is a two-pronged approach. What could our challenges be as a humanity in terms of mitigation, social economic challenges, and the challenges of adaptation. So let's just say that in an optimistic scenario, that is, we are going to undertake, carry out in an optimistic development. This is a sustainable development, as many have said for years. Sustainable development has been talked about for years, but we haven't actually been able to get to it. Why? Because it seems something far, or something that is not everyone's concern. And I remember Dr. Ernesto Gul, who was a minister of the environment in Colombia, and he said, why don't we add or put a word to bring that sustainable development, and add that the localness with the word local. When we start thinking about a country, yeah, let's lower the rate of deforestation. Yeah, but who? The neighbor? The one from who's gonna lower the deforestation rate? Me. I mean, what is my level of deforestation in my territory? What things must I implement? So when I start thinking in communities, in smaller communities, I can implement then sustainable development, and that is why he would always talk about sustainable local development. So in a conservative scenario where we have a social economic model of sustainable development, our challenge in terms of mitigation and adaptation is the lowest. Obviously, we would have the best conditions to face climate change, but if we should not have, for instance, like in this case, mitigation, that is, if we continue to use a hydrocarbon-based model, our risk of mitigation is going to be high, because that hydrocarbon fuels are one of the biggest precursors of higher temperatures globally. But if in addition to that we should have, for instance, midway between the use of fossil fuels and or what they were commenting this morning, energy transition, well, our scenario of mitigation and adaptation is going to be a bit more favorable. But if we start falling into regional rivalries, just like what you were mentioning this morning, like wars, the problem within the region, obviously, that will create more risks, challenges and risks. And if on top of that we add the inequality, then our problem to adapt will be harder to address. Why? Because the poorest people almost always occupy the most risky places. And that is how we need to tend to this population. So thinking about that, in this scenario, let's see, this same group of authors talk about what is our future. Whether with this, since as we are today, our future is not as bright, then we, in addition, have two important things to keep in mind. The population in coastal regions is increasing exponentially, and it's not like the word states, but in real figures are increasing exponentially. But also, most of that population in the panel below shows us what height is that these people are living at. So it states that they are at about 10 meters over sea level, which means that there's a lot of population living very close to the sea, in very low-lying areas, and that makes our task, our work, ever harder. And that is why I was mentioning this coastal risk associated to humans, and this is a cycle. It's like this coastal risk cycle that Ruxon proposed. We have coastal risks. There is a demand for protection. The temporary defense structures are put up. There's a lack of security, that a false sense of security is generated. So again, people build in vulnerable areas and so on and so forth, and we repeat the cycle and repeat the cycle. Protection works. Again, we fall into a risk, and then, in Colombia we have, I haven't made the count, but I don't know how many billions of billions in works of protection have been built in Colombia. Most of them useless. Oftentimes, a lot have caused more problems than solutions. So the problem is, how can we contribute to protect the shores? And our proposal, I am INVEMAR, but my institute is under the Ministry of the Environment. So it would be bad for me to come here to tell you, look, I propose on coastal protection works, because I don't believe in them. I have lived in Indamar for over 12 years, responding to projects for coastal protections. So the solution to this is these are all based on nature, which is to use a model which has been successful, because nature is successful per se. Well, using a successful model that exists in nature to protect ourselves, but in addition to protecting us, we have added values, because everything in the nature has an added value. Well, it produces oxygen, it recovers water, or it picks up water, but it also produces food. It also protects biodiversity. It sequesters carbon. But we have cradles, like nurseries for fishes. So these solutions based on nature are actions to protect, manage, and restore ecosystems in a natural manner. No, which are facing social challenges, and that is why it is so important to understand that it is not that I am coming here to sell you. No, it's about she's just an environmentalist who wants to sell a crazy idea. No, we all rely or depend on nature. I always say, when we were looking to bring the Co-op 16 to Colombia, we were looking for resources, and a doctor would tell me, "Is that the Co-op 16 about birds? Why would I be interested in that?" Well, it's not only about birds. Let's start. And if you're a physician, a doctor, you may understand that most of the pharmaceutical industry depends on nature. You will understand that all the part of human well-being is related with nature. All that deals with the food, well-being in human deals with biodiversity. And when we talk about nature-based solutions, we're talking about mitigating climate change, reducing the risk of disasters, coming from or going through a sustainable social economic development. Water security, reducing the degradation of the environment. So we're looking for solutions that are 2-in-1, 4-in-1, 3-in-1. However you want to look at it, it's a win-win situation for everyone, right? Now, this is an umbrella approach. A lot of people use different terms, but EPBs are an umbrella. There is a focus on the protection of the environment. So everything that we do in protection are SVN. It's a way of protecting ecosystem for them to become a solution for humanity, which has a protection focus, but there's also a focus of restoration. And today we have in Colombia one of the biggest restoration goals. Ever since the last administration, we had a restoration goal in forests, in coral reefs. So we are continuing with those goals, and we have now a rate of, or a goal for restoration in wetlands, and also in terms of the production of food. We have a focus on infrastructure that my colleague is going to explain a bit more once the next presentation starts, which is blue-green infrastructure or hybrid infrastructure, and management focus based on ecosystem, which is a sustainable management, the integral management of the hydric resource and the integral management of the coastal areas. Colombia has been talking about integrated coastal management for 30 years, so perhaps it's the same 30 years the same as the existence of the organization. We haven't managed significant event, but we are taking strides.
We have ecosystem-based adaptation and ecosystem-based risk reduction. It all depends on the approach. Mitigation is for greenhouse gases, and risk reduction is the other pillar. This is different ideas of what we can do from each of these approaches. I'm not going to stop here. Let's talk about the impact, benefit, and challenges, of course, for nature-based solutions for coastal zones. First is that people understand there's additional benefits ecosystems can provide. What are the real benefits we have for food security, for health, soil stabilization, nutrients, so that we can really protect, or in addition to preserving our natural capital, we can also produce other assets and other benefits for humanity. In this Gerald Bina paper, they talk not only about temperature and climate change, but if we apply nature-based solutions, we can reduce 0.3, 0.1 degrees centigrade in temperature. So with this nature-based solution, which means more green coverage, it has to do with all the light coming into the planet and being reflected depending on the sort of surface. Vegetation absorbs the heat, but every time we cut the green, this is what we have is heat peaks. Every time we cut the green, this cement reflects the heat back to the atmosphere. This is what we have is hotter and hotter temperatures. So every solution shows the social, economic, environmental benefits. I'm not going to mention them all, but just to mention a few about biodiversity conservation. It goes along a score of benefits, climate stability, soil health, water quality, mitigation of extreme events, food security, cultural services, and the list goes on and on, if you want to get into more detail. As I said, it's not rocket science. You don't have to be a magician, but this sort of solutions provides a great future for humanity, including the Caribbean. So what are the potentialities and limitations? Sometimes it's very difficult to sell this idea. First, we have had a model where solutions have to be immediate. Every time we talk about restoring an ecosystem to protect a coastal line, they tell us that it takes too long because trees grow very slow, so we better build some sort of a barrier or wall. But this is some of the limitations, but some of the advantages is the possibility of implementation in diverse ecosystems, that they can be applied in different sectors, that there is a favorability to be for implementation in diverse territories. It helps the country towards its climate change goals, and this is part of a negotiation of the climate change convention. How countries like ours that could preserve as manager of a CAF, the manager of a CAF said, this is about money, this is about funding. So this is money we can receive, we can make for mitigating what others are emitting. Let's talk about governance. All these solutions are built with a society, with a community. we have opportunities to ally with the productive sector. What limitations do we have? Of course, dynamic environments that are changing in terms of temperature and weather patterns. In the Colombian master plan, we have a few sites. We call them non-mitigating zones with nature-based solutions. That is, installing or planting a mangrove or building a beach there is almost impossible. That requires other types of solutions. Political administrative weaknesses. We still don't have a law for nature-based solutions that is being studied at the Ministry of Environment. And the disconnection, as I said, the administrative issue is the most serious one, because most of terms and investments in Colombia are annual, and nature-based solutions are not built on annual terms, so that's complicated. Everything in relation to infrastructure and all the uncertainties of climate change and the difficulty to secure the funding for operations and long-term maintenance. Today, in these nature-based models, we're applying everything that has to do with circular economies. Okay, we're investing in nature-based solutions, but from here, there must be a business model for the communities to run a conservation model, a fishing planting, so that communities can create and generate these long-term jobs, so that they don't have to just rely on international cooperation bringing in the money, but rather it becomes a solution from the communities themselves that self-sustains. And we have the Mangrove Life Project and the Gulf of Morrosquillo, where there is a model for mangrove restoration. This model of mangrove restoration sells blue carbon bonds associated with this. There are these communities doing many ecological tourism restoration based on the ecosystem, and that's a sustainable model. So it is going from these coastal protection techniques. We see them everywhere towards green methods, greener methods with such as vegetalization with a soft soil, or artificial restoration of dunes, which as I have mentioned, have been successful when implemented. And this goes down to this word that everyone is resilient. We hear this everywhere. This is about protecting from climate change. This is about a socio-ecological system to face alterations by responding or reorganizing, so that essential functions are kept in its identity and infrastructure, as at the same time that transformation capacity is maintained. And that is key, that we continue to be social and ecosystems. We rely on ecosystems, and they're not alone. They have the human dimension incorporated. So if we're not doing anything, the sea level is going to wipe out our homes. And one option is to advance, as our friends from Europe do, as the Dutch do it, to advance and steal territory from the sea. And that requires a lot of investment to keep this level on sea, moving away from the coastal zone. In some places of Colombia, we must consider the option, and even more in the Caribbean, because we're going to have to think that at some places we're going to have to step back from the coastline. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to deal with it. We must also accommodate and adapt through climate smart construction. That's what they call it. As you can see in the picture, these palified houses, this is stilt houses, like the indigenous tribes, they know the currents and the flows of the rivers, and they know that when they build their homes on top of this bar, so they know that when the level goes down, they have a beach to walk on. The ecosystem-based adaptation, this is green ecosystems, mangrove, dunes, beaches, green grass, coral, so we can adapt better to climate change. And this is an example. How can we use nature-based solutions at the same time we develop? This infrastructure can be multi-purpose. It doesn't have to be only to protect or only to produce power or port infrastructure. They can have this dual purpose, and in that dual purpose we can all win. So there are other actions such as moving from industrial fishing, especially in a coastal line, to a more artisanal fishing. Of course, it's got to do with negotiating. This is all a negotiation model among different actors that are to articulate in terms of their necessities, but also in terms of resource availability. I'm about to end here. Lately, we have been working on a specific case to make these nature-based solutions as an opportunity for port infrastructure in Colombia. This together with the National Agency of Infrastructure. So since the formulation of a port project, all nature-based solutions should be considered. So this formulation can begin with green infrastructure and how I build this with materials that are more climate friendly, with some other sort of infrastructure that can adapt to climate change. And we, in construction, not only for the future but current, how can we talk about reducing the risk of ecological restoration and conservation, and during the construction process, but also on the built infrastructure? There are many actions we can do to mitigate risks of port infrastructure that is today at risk, maybe not everywhere in Colombia, but in other parts of the world. And it is through these solutions. During the operation and maintenance, of course, we need to think about a plan we have in Colombia for climate change development and restoring the landscape and ecosystem management. In addition to this, first, nature-based solutions can provide protection to these ports, but also ports can incorporate in their social responsibility all environmental aspects. And this is about how we articulate. If, for example, if Cartagena has defined areas for restoration or for conservation, these areas can be included in a portfolio. That's a proposal, and there the ports can help fund those restoration and conservation areas. But in addition to that, these areas for restoration and conservation are also a bridge to connect with the community, which is sometimes broken. The community sees many of these industrial activities as an enemy, as an intruder, but not the case. These nature-based solutions can help cure and improve this engagement, both in the hard war constructions as well as all the port operation, because the whole port operation also requires good sea conditions. So if we have ecosystems that help nature behave, that reduces the risk both for infrastructure and development. Risks is to adapt nature-based solutions to local needs, pressure on diversities, growing, adapt different approaches, and changing to some more integrated planning. And as you said it this morning, Bruce McMaster, I think, said it, environment is not only the responsibility of a Minister of Environment, but also the Minister of Transport, the Minister of Housing, and the Minister of Finance, because there are a lot of things to think about. Funding and finance need sustainability too, and all the social economical complexities that have to review synergies. And final thought is that nature-based solutions as a tool for mitigation of climate change, meaning all the threats that we refer to that brings collateral benefits, risk reduction, correct application of science, of course, but together with all stakeholders, and here communities also play a fundamental role for nature-based solutions. And thank you very much for your attention. I just wanted to add something. If the private sector does not see this as something that can be monetized, we'll continue to think that this is the responsibility of the government and all these multilateral entities. But good news is that everything she said can be monetized and can be made into a very profitable business. Today, all this mitigation and reducing risks of what we are producing ourselves as human beings has a profitability that's not only social but also economic. And I'm going to give you this homework. Some of your countries should adopt the best practices for ecological tourism, and that's super profitable, because today those that have raised the proper awareness, Canadians and Europeans and some Asians, they are intending to go visit ecological destinations, so they can go and invest in these sort of destinations. I've heard about the mangrove and all these. That's another source of energy and power. But if countries continue to see this as an individual problem, as a problem, nobody's going to turn their heads, change the narrative. And this narrative has to be more aggressive in terms of business opportunities, because we also look at it as an expenditure. Okay, I have to pay for this with the port. I have to pay for this for the airports. Change the way you talk. Hey, if I invest in this, how much I can get in return? And you're going to see that those investments and the lack of funding for these projects, it is not that we are overflowing with resources, but they're people, they're investors that want to invest in these sort of projects. But again, if we don't change the way we talk about these things, it will continue to be a problem. And when there are problems, nobody wants to, put them in their hands. Somebody's going to take care of that. And it's going to be another 30 years without solving these problems and making them into opportunities. Totally agree. It's got the economic dimension. I cannot talk about money because I have this environmental approach, but you're totally right. That's where we have to come together. Thank you very much, Constanza. Now, what's the role of the association in this issue? This technical commission we have, the Commission of the Caribbean, made of all the member countries, contribute through South-South cooperation with technicians such as Constanza. That is the strength of the association, which is bringing all the countries and all their technicians to one single working table so that we can work on improving projects and bring them to multilateral banking and those millionaires that are looking for something to invest, because altogether have a stronger voice than acting alone, and that is the role of the association. And you may have noticed something else. This is a problem that hit us all the same. No matter how big the country is, no matter the political regime or the economic reality, it affects us all. And solution coming from everybody is more effective because no country has all the expertise. Some countries have more research than others, and in this specific topic, we brought the support from Korea to help us with the Sandy Coasts project, where they contributed a significant amount of money to deploy a project conducted by a Cuban company that has developed expertise in restoring, recovering beaches and coastlines. That's a role of the association. Well, I don't want to take more of your time. Next speaker, another expert here in Colombia, Germán Revilla Ospina, civil engineer from the EAFIT University with a master's PhD in engineering from the Mexican Autónoma University, a full-time professor at the Universidad del Norte, international speaker, consultant, advisor of projects associated to water systems, both in continental areas and coastal areas. Now I'll give the floor to engineer. Okay, this is you here. Good afternoon. Want to first thank the Association of Caribbean States for the invitation. As a professional, as a professor of Universidad del Norte, and Alfonso for inviting me, and Constanza, my colleague. We've been working together for years. Congratulations on your 30th anniversary. So I congratulate all of the members of the association. So I'll start. I want to refer back to what Constanza said. From an engineering perspective, that has also contributed to this debate, and we have found a space, and we've tried to break paradigms, as Constanza said. We have all this history in coastal protection, which is not very friendly to the environment. So this is about finding engineer solutions to face these climate challenges, especially these long-term problems, because when we are intervening the coastal lines, a numerical model is not in the capacity to predict this medium and long-term effects once the infrastructure is deployed.
Entonces, esto es una condición de Colombia, pero creemos
This is Colombia, and we may have thought that this is only Colombia, but not the case. This is in Mexico, in Brazil, these island countries, and in Latam we have these high tensions and pressures for coastal erosion, which have been poorly conceived. This is not just about design and rock volume and density and hydraulics to build a protection wall. It is not the thing, but more the typology of the infrastructure that we want to build. So this has brought a lot of problems, and we have made that decision to go back and use all this rocky, soft infrastructure, and with Colombian conditions is not the proper solution often. So this is what Constanza said. This is a sector of the road connecting Barranquilla and Santa Marta with this huge erosion problem where we build this rock wall, but what it is doing is that it's producing more erosion. And the solution that we've found in these recent years is to increase the length of the rock wall and the crown, but height, but we're still working that out. So it comes from the engineering perspective. If we want to discuss nature-based solutions, we have to talk about connectivity, and that is a fundamental concept, because when we talk about connectivity, we can take it from the biological sciences and non-alteration of traffic chains and everything that has to do with the stability and the balance of that natural system. But it requires a very thorough approach and a very holistic perspective, because an issue with engineering is that we always think about just fixing the little part that is broken, but we forget that when we're working with water, the problem manifests in that point, but the source is miles away from where the problem shows. Don't panic with this that I'm going to show, but one of the changes that we've made in Colombia is to integrate the coast as part of a basin. So we have to start changing the way we intervene, in a sense that the coast is part of the basin. They're integrated. Everything that happens up here has an effect when it reaches out to the sea. For that, this is why I said don't panic. But these energy and mass flows are important. This is the secret and the key to connectivity. Why? Because when we talk about coastal erosion, we're saying that just water and sediment are coming in. So you need, in terms of mass, that whatever comes in is equals what goes out, so that the flow has the capacity, in terms of energy, to keep the sediment flowing. That's the problem of erosion. In terms of connectivity, this is a project that we have in the Department of the Atlántico, neighboring department, state here. We have problems with these wetland. This coastal wetland has the Magdalena River connecting with the Department of Magdalena, plus what happens inside the system that also relates with the basins that are found in other sectors. So now, understanding connectivity,
we have to start thinking about how we are, the manner in which we are intervening in the coast, because we affect the natural systems, and by affecting the natural systems, if we we produce a lack of balance, then that affects the connectivity between the soil. And when we start talking about erosion and loss of then we start seeing solutions based on nature as a new option, a new perspective on how to intervene in these hydrosystems. And evidently, the matter of the climate change is a reality, as the Chacoans say, in terms the matter of the climate change has already bitten our cow, because we haven't managed to, we haven't been able to reduce the decrease in those degrees of temperature. There are problems in terms of hydric elements and in terms of natural disasters. And in that umbrella concept that Constanza was explaining, well, we engineers work here in that which deals climate change and that which deals particularly with natural disasters and flooding processes. So we engineers have sat, and from there we want to look at specific aspects in the ecosystem that come from the nature-based model, which is based on mitigation and adaptation. And look at this point: methods related with specific aspects of ecosystem adaptation, mitigation, and reduction of the risk. So, in that sense, I will start showing you a series of works. This will be more like a showing or demonstrating that the countries in the Caribbean are working together, but it's just that I don't think that we publicize it enough, and that we have been able to integrate also with the South American countries in the last few years, and there are interesting experiences. Now, in as much as adaptation based on the ecosystem, I have been working together with Constanza at Kilometer 19, and it is a project that we've been with for 2 years, looking for alternative solutions different from what has been proposed for that site. And here we see some works. Well, from that perspective, ecosystem-based perspective, strategies were defined, stemming from a diagnosis to be able to enhance that coastal system, which suffers from a sedimentary deficit due to problems in the hydrography of the Santa Marta snowy mountain. You know, because we have because there's a problem with the sediment themselves, and this comes all the way from Santa Marta, and problem with the mangrove due to problems of connectivity with the sea. The road cut that connectivity. We've lost those buffer zones, particularly the dunes that are situated in front of the sea. Now, problems of sedimentation of the wetlands or the marshes, and we need to somehow generate infrastructure that does not generate as many problems as those being generated now, and that also give us a window of opportunities to implement those solutions, those nature-based solutions. This is of great importance to the country vis-a-vis climate change, and it also because it reduces the vulnerability of communities, Tasajera, Pueblo Viejo, which are settled right along the coastline. And in engineering, we explore many options, trying to replicate certain elements that exhibit realities in terms of the reduction of the energy of the waves, but which must in one or another way modified to be able to restore a coastal system while attempting to regulate sediments, recovering vegetation of the coastal dunes, which has been lost, and this is the the place or the sector of the seawall, and then well how do we reduce the rigidness of the rock or the um, when one thinks about a beach filling type, or when you plant plants, the conditions of the site by themselves do not allow for any of that. So we, in our work, proposed an artificial reef that has been used a lot in Cancun. At Cancun, they've used the reef bulbs, but there are other types of reefs to reduce the vulnerabilities and generate that window of opportunity that would allow for calmer setting in a zone such as kilometer 19 with the winds present and the current and the wave height. That sea will, well, the options would not allow to implement green solutions or softer solutions. So we need a work that reduces the energy of the waves. Then we have another experience, and that is further up in the Gulf of Mexico in a World Bank sponsored project. Um, the INEC operated the fund, which is the Mexican Ecology and Climate Change Institute. The project consisted in an adaptation project for in the entire Mexican basin, and it dealt with the marshlands. And this zone is a natural reserve where there are no humans, but with marked erosion processes associated to hurricanes, because this is part of the path of the hurricanes. So we have the Carmen Pajón del Mechón system, which exhibit problems that are very similar to those of Mallorquín, with a population living along its shores, affectations of the basin, coastal infrastructure, seawalls in particular, or sea breakers in particular, and we have the Alvarado Lagoon, which is something very similar to that Ciénaga of Santa Marta. It's like a delta there. Well, the situations have led to salinization and erosion, and the loss of the green layer because of the change in salinity. Okay, and then other problems with the delta region. So that entailed the fall phases, recognition, diagnosis, taking of information, definition of measures against climate change, and the last with the implementation of the restoration with vegetation, mangrove nurseries, strengthening of buffer zones or enhancement of buffer zones, and a large problem in all these ecosystems, which is the way in which water moves. Because you see in this basin, there is a big dam, and I believe the dam is called El Cajon, which has generated some impact downstream. Obviously, the regulation of the water has generated changes in hydrodynamics that in turn produces these erosion processes downstream from dams. So all the wetlands complexes downstream from El Cajon have been affected. Very similar to what has been happening with the low-lying areas at the Mompox area. It generates loss of pressure in the pores of the channels, and then comes the erosion during the rainy season and high levels of flow. Now, in terms of risk, we have been working with green infrastructure, and this is a project that gathered many colleagues in Latin America and the Caribbean. And the idea was, well, let's tell the tale of what each is doing. That's it. aspects to highlight here. Very interesting what was done in the Dominican Republic. We haven't been able to replicate that in Colombia. In the Bahia de Chispata, we have sea breakers that don't work, and they're generating negative effects. In the Dominican Republic, they were able to dismantle a series of breakers that was generating a lot of erosion, particularly during the arrival of hurricanes. And I believe that this is the only project in Latin America where a structure of these nature has been disassembled. In Colombia, we're fearful of doing so. Another interesting case is the one in the south of Brazil, right here, in Rio Grande do Sul. Some dunes were lost because of the construction of infrastructure too close to the coastline. Um, vehicles would go in all the way to the beach. And so, anyway, it was an interesting project to generate corridors to prevent people from going into the beach. So, they started planting coastal species, and these dunes fields have already been recovered. In Colombia, we show what we've been doing in Mallorquin and what the National University has been doing regarding the reefs and mangroves in San Andres. Over here in Cancun, there's a project where I participated with the Engineering Institute of UNAM for the National Electricity Committee, because they are, doing works of filling beaches, and as I told you in the beginning, they are planting artificial reefs to mitigate somewhat the strength of the wave during hurricane season. At Veracruz, restoration of lost coastal zones are being undertaken because of the loss of the Veracruz maritime terminal. And well, that is what would be worth commenting about that work. This is what we've been doing in Cancun. Look, this sort of underwater structures, see, because they have problems of whitening of the reef, of the Mesoamerican barrier reef, and Cancun, because of the expansion of the urban population, but that has caused important discharges of residual waters, and the changes in the water characteristics has seriously affected the reefs. Now, this is the wetlands of Mallorquin. We have several publications in that regard, but this marshland of Mallorquin, this is the Magdalena River, the mouth of the river, and this department of Magdalena, the communities of La Cangrejera, La Playa, which have settled to the west of the marshlands, and Las Flores in the eastern side of the marshland. So we've been working hard at Mallorquin, and like I told you, the vision of this must be one that considers the basin, because water, the Mallorquin marshland is that system that dampens floodings and reduces everything that comes from Barranquilla. We have done our work, but from the coast point of view, from the basin point of view, a large part of nature-based solutions, Constanza mentioned this too, is the work with the communities. So here we start talking about interesting concepts such as the social hydrology, social hydraulics, because you see, it is based on that community work, or starting from that community work, where one can strengthen those fishing communities for them to carry out maintenance work on that infrastructure, which may be flexible. It is hard in a country such as Colombia that in certain areas one may have access to protection schemes. So to strengthen the local communities is something that is important, and this has been a project where we visited the upper parts of the barrios of Nueva Colombia, El Paya, El Bosque, talking to them, discussing with them what their relationship with the Crees are, with the sea? What about the services, the ecosystemic services? What is their opinion of these processes that are affecting them? Because it's very complicated, Mallorquin, not only because of the loss of connectivity, but because of solid residues and the pressures on the marshland because of the human matters, plus those that have been generated that come from the development of the port. Already existed before the port of Barranquilla. It is no longer there. This is a work by Herman Vargas, the geomorphologist at Universidad Nacional who worked with us at Universidad del Norte. And all the red was lost. The red is erosion. And so that loss of connectivity and sediment that generated the Bajamar and saline mouth resulted in these erosion processes. Plus the historical effect that have befallen the marshland of the Mallorquin and caused the transformation of that territory. I mean, I'm not going to go into detail, but the important thing is to try and understand how the sediments move, because the moment you understand that connectivity and that the diagnosis shows you how sand is lost, then one could appropriately propose a solution. And the work with communities here we started to develop some works of infrastructure based on the very element that the river gives us, because see, we get a lot of woody material, and based on that, we propose to design some structures to regulate the sediment, which were then disseminated amongst the fishermen, the fishing communities. And we have representatives from 20 fishing associations in the marshland, and we proposed that to them. And for many reasons that are not worth while mentioning, they didn't allow us to install the infrastructure. But since the biosciences exist in some world, we were able to implement those sediment traps. And if you take a look at it, the characteristics are very similar to a sea breaker. But it is something that is weird, because when you show a structural engineer these sort of structures, and this is a colleague from the university, but he has not been able to design, neither by stress nor shear nor effort, because he says, man, the test, no, I can't, I don't get it, I don't see what I'm looking for. What about the test? All the stress. See, the element is so thin and long that in terms of what exists in engineering, it should not be able to withstand transient load. But when you put it to work as a group, it is capable of resisting those transient loads. Second, it does not interrupt the flow of water, because you see it is a completely porous structure. Third, there are no secondary effects, because the wave does not hit or rebound. It just goes through it, just like if it went through a radicular system in a mangrove. This project has been accepted. It's going to be published in the Journal of Ecohydrology and Ecobiology. I'll share them as soon as I can. And we were able to install that, and something interesting as well is that it affords the growth of vegetation in the short term. And the vegetation is another element that allows you to retain sediment. So it is that profile, erosive profile, that has like a step of about 10 meters. We can recover in 6 months, and it was built under extreme climatic conditions. Since the profile was so degraded, we needed to work on the impact of the wave. And the researcher for this paper was the publisher of this book was a researcher from UNESCO, and he told me, "Man, your research was really interesting, and you were able to monitor and verify that the wave did work." And there's more evidence for those sediment traps, which is how I refer to them, and we monitor it every month. and in 6 months we were able to recover that shoreline. In that world of nature-based solutions, we have the restoration of the landscape, and this was a project that I wasn't a teacher then, but I was an advisor to Puerta de Oro in Barranquilla, and well, the project called for the restoration of those areas between the marshland of Mallorquin, and this was like in the midst of the eco park, and it was a really nice project because there were engineers and experts, and that was part of what was produced by that group. Constanza doesn't like structures, but I ask her if I ask her, uh, really nice, she'll come along. So we've been working at Rio Hacha with different types of and constructing numeric models to see how this works. We started with work on how would you respond, or how would that coast respond with traditional structures. But then, based on the understanding of the measurements that we have conducted, we start to combine these forms of intervention. So these are the surface sea breakers in Arbolete. There's some close to the Rioja jail, and we said, what if we put a sandbar over here, a sand mountain over here, instead of that seawall? And so you know what happened? 6 months. In 6 months, the coastline, the shoreline is recovered. The waves start to reconfigure those sandbars, and the erosion process is tended to. Now, we need to be mindful that those sandbars need monitoring at certain intervals, because the problem with Rio Hacha is that the connectivity of Rio Rancheria was lost because of some works that were undertaken at the Fonseca River over there. So we need to maintain that sandbar, but it is a nature-based solution. The matter of maritime seaweed. Well, we worked with someone from University of La Guajira, and he gave us some indications, and we managed to effect some modeling after putting the sandbar. We planted marine seaweed, and the profile was improved. Wow! So when we started, the profile was black, and we ended, the profile was red. So the shoreline was stabilized. And here we are in a job with Constanza. Look at it, look at it, look at it. She says that, she leaves. But so we asked ourselves, what could we do in addition to what we're doing to um, halt the erosion process, but one that generates renewable energy, because you know that in the wave action there is condensed energy, 360, 375 watt that the sun gives to the ocean. The ocean absorbs 1 watt per square meter. So we worked with some structure, and we worked with some converters, and we started playing with different configurations of how to lay those energy generation devices, so that while at the same time that it generated energy, it would help us protect the coastline, the shoreline. So after many experiments, we found that this layout, linear layout, in the way in which the wave arrives, it is possible to go from erosion of these types, which are the red, depicted by the red colors, to the green. Now, that's the job, the work that we have been carrying out over there. Plus, we have energy and coastal protection, and that's that. Yeah, I ran out of time. Well, thank you very much. Very kind. Thank you for your presentation. Just one very quick announcement. Once we end the day, we will wait for you at the Claustro de la Merced for a welcoming cocktail. So do not leave. Thank you. I will just mention a couple of relevant things. Many talk about natural disasters, and that does not exist. Natural disasters are all man-made. They do it due to a lack of planning, or for failure to comply with a plan or a zoning a plan. That is when disasters come, and what we are now discussing is mitigating and reducing risks created by man. Phenomena are natural, and that is why one of the areas of studies of the AEC, and that is why I refer to it as a technical area. You may have seen a lot of technical charts, engineering charts, but in reality, what we are talking about is operational matters, solutions to common problems throughout the greater Caribbean, which is why when we come out with with some bid document to look for something. We're waiting for people who would apply with a certain technical and level and a certain capacity to administer projects or manage projects, because these are precisely the projects with which we need to deal with at the association. So, without any further ado, I will I'd like to introduce you to Edgar Quiñones. He is a teacher at the engineering school of the Universidad de Cartagena, a researcher at the hydraulic and environmental sanitation group. He's the leader of the environmental modeling group. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
¿Quién me puede ayudar con la presentación?
Can anyone help me with the presentation? Well, okay. So in this case, let's just say that today, first, congratulations for 30 years. And I believe that, oh yeah, it's fundamental. And like some people say, long life. I'd like to present some reflections that
De una experiencia, de la experiencia que he tenido
the experience that I've had in the climate change committees in the Department of Bolívar. I've also participated as a delegate from the academy in matters regarding the Bay of Cartagena. Today, I have taken the Bay of Cartagena as a reference, but that does not mean that what we learn there are not scalable to the greater Caribbean. Today, we have found 6 very good presentations with great technical knowledge, but one perhaps observes how do I transmit this knowledge? How do I translate it into the participation that has been delegated onto me? And so when I plan, how do I participate? How do I find solutions? How do I find a novel solution? How to find that? And that's a great challenge, because when one uses or when one types climate change in Google, you see over 1 billion documents associated to that. And then we see today, we see also the previous speaker presented several articles, and it is not only several articles, but year after year, over 10,000 documents related to adaptation or mitigations are published. But how to transform that knowledge into something practical? How do we take it to the practical arena? How do we apply it? So then we say, I believe that is the first lesson. What to do? We need to use tools such as AI, hydrometric analysis, and I believe that I think it was last week that there was a national meeting of institutional repositories who was intending to integrate all repositories, they working out repositories, thesis works. So we need to do that in the greater Caribbean. How to relate them? How can we? What can we do to share all this knowledge, and that this knowledge be available to each and every one of us, freely accessible? Today, for instance, we had where we came to talk about the economy, but we also need to talk about the economy of knowledge. The economy of knowledge. Today we had, but we came to talk about what economy and non, per every article published, one oftentimes has to pay about 12 million pesos. 12 million pesos. Oh, just to look for information. And it is one who produces the knowledge, but yet one needs to pay for it to be free.
Books might have some retribution, but there's some economy also behind that. Next, please. In that case, in the search we conducted, we found clusters. This is a scopes database, and we found these clusters related to climate change and planning. But there is a big number there. That's the challenge. How to organize this if we find a solution, where and how to find it, and that's the way we want to establish it. And concerning AI, today we talk about ChatGPT, but we can create our own ChatGPT focused on climate change, because this is about sharing information. That's where we have to work on our own system and our own language. In this case, here we have the repositories, and it is important to continue to work on this from the association. I have taken this case because I've participated in the committee for the Bay of Cartagena for restoration, and in this case we know the problem very well, and the impact is not only on the bay, but there is contamination. And if you know this, it was where the sewage of a city was being dumped for many years. Today, and in case of emergency, the waters are dumped there. So there is a dual challenge. On the one hand, the contamination, and on the other hand, the effect of climate change. In that case, for example, in climate change, or concerning climate change, we found that there are gonna be many houses impacted. There's gonna be an impact on biodiversity too, and not only due to the increase in sea level, and this is one of the more complex problems to measure. I mean that uncertainty is pretty high, and we are using satellite imagery to ensure better accuracy. I want to show this slide because here you can see the collaborative work with academia. Here you see various institutions, public and private, working towards a common goal. In this case, this is part of a repository that has been developed jointly with entities such as Cardique, the regional environmental corporation or authority, and the slide shows that temperature is also an essential factor. I heard that the blue crab should be the symbol of Cartagena. I'm asking that conditions be established because maybe temperature is affecting the quality of life. So we have to talk not only about the human quality, but a comprehensive health, one health where we can guarantee the life of all biodiversity. And in that challenge, of course, one of the challenges we have is how to organize all the knowledge that exists. And this is one of the proposals that I have brought and on which I continue to work. You can see the circle here. This is the circle of knowledge that has to be integrated. I think that in theory it's easy, but the problems in implementing it, problems are governance, collection of information, sharing the information. But in practice, and concerning governance, we have found that we are we're working in restoring the Bay of Cartagena, but it came from a sentence by the State Council. And that is part of the action from the legal system for the protection of biodiversity. So what did we find? There are entities such as the City Hall that were working separately. Today we heard Mrs. Constance about the importance of articulating efforts. So the only way to articulate individual efforts from every institution was to work on this based on this sentence, this decision. The only way to articulate was by creating a committee, an environmental interinstitutional committee for the protection of barbacoas and Cartagena Bay. So the purpose was to articulate efforts and propose specific actions with very specific responsibilities. But at the moment of analyzing responsibilities, I think it's also important to establish that in our countries there are many control entities. That is the solicitor's office, inspector's office, but we need more entities, more organizations to execute, to implement the project. So we need more organizations. So this is an integrating committee so that we work towards the same goal. In this case, from this committee, I think there's programs, I mean, the ones we were discussing here, on education, for example, that's one of the main ones, preservation of marine areas, prevention, and evaluation control of marine and land sources. This is what we're doing. We're creating all this integrating plan, but we have found that that there is planning. In Cartagena, we found that we are working on the zoning plan, but also we have the POMCA, that is a water management plan for the La Virgen Marsh. We have a risk management plan. So the job is not just creating plans, but integrating them and aligning them for a same goal. That's the challenge we all have. Even aligning all these plans in the region and in the country. So this is one of the challenges we have in the association. How can we integrate all that so that we can preserve the sea, not the sea that separates us, but the sea that unites us? So how do we integrate all those plans to the same goal, which is the preservation and protection of our seas? These are the different entities. They should be part of a climate change committee where we have all the actors. We have civil society, we have private, we have national entities, we have regional entities, we have local. Also, the legal systems, control entities, and all the communities. In this case, one of jobs we've been doing is reviewing the legal standards in current laws to define the use of seawater. There's no temperature set. And in that revision, one of the main or first factors is that temperature must be included. And based on what technical work, based on scientific research conducted by the academia and by INVEMAR, of course, in this case. So all that experience collecting different researchers from the toxicology department and other departments. We are still building the reformulation of the laws for water quality and water management. That's what we're doing, and all this technical research is published in magazines and active stock. They're experts from different areas, biologists, engineers, but it's important to discuss the criteria if one single law can apply for all the Caribbean about the water discharge from companies and water management. For example, are companies being required to treat the water before discharging to the sea? But we must also control the temperature in which it is being dumped, which was not being included, so that we can help and control the life of our marine species. So it is a rule, it is a proposal that we should work together. Of course, this is something else that we're doing, and this is part of a job. I'm also the coordinator of PhD in engineering, and the proposal for our PhD education is to translate our research into something practical. So this is not just about education and training, but something that can be made practical, that can be applied. And one of those theses that have been laureated is the job on models and algorithms that are established to understand the dynamics of sediment transportation in the Bay of Cartagena. Remember, this satellite image is a fundamental tool today to evaluate the increase in sea level and transportation of contaminants and the concentration and profiles of chlorophyll. I think it's fundamental to reinforce these areas of knowledge and share the knowledge so that we can establish the best standards. In addition to that, we want to indicate that in order to preserve and restore the Bay of Cartagena, we have to take an integrated look. Not only model what the bay is, but also in association with the DK Canal. If we resolve the problem, if we don't solve a problem of a DK Canal, we are not going to solve a problem of the bay. We must do something, because the problem is there and it's been there for more than 30 years. We should not wait for 30 years. This is the critical moment to act. Yesterday we feared the Milton hurricane. Our brothers and sisters in Miami, I think we must take very specific actions, and we must learn to make decisions so that successful experiences in other countries can be brought to our region. So our job, our talent is to develop new methodologies to consent and materialize our actions, because resources are here, funds are here, and companies are here to help. So I think that we can set up the measures. And moving fast also for the sake of time, because we have to leave the room soon, but the purpose is to share the information, to continue to share, and there's some proposals. For example, the platform for monitoring of water quality, not only for the Bay of Cartagena, but for the whole Great Caribbean. This is something that we've been doing from the Institute of Hydraulics, and the University of Cartagena participated. Some are in favor, others are against, but the purpose is to implement measures to reduce and mitigate the risk. You spoke about resilience today, but this is to achieve a resilient community. We must continue to work on achieving the goals of sustainable development. 7 years, it was planned for 2030. We're running out of time, but we have to continue to work, especially on the first point, the end of poverty. We have to continue. We have to go on with this. And as Bruce McMaster said, we are in a privileged area. We're not poor. We should be rich. But we have to convert that wealth into something more tangible for our fellow citizens with our communities. Final thoughts. I think that academia plays an important role in decision making. I'm always happy that academia gets invited to all these meetings and committees. This is why it's important that academia is part of COP16 and COP16, so that academic profiles are sought to find solutions. I think it's fundamental. It's crucial. We need more training, more education in certain areas. We need more marine biologists. We need more urban engineers, more sea scientists. But that's the job we have to do. We have to also promote open science, something that has been promoted by the current administration, but we have to work on open science and share data so that everybody can use it. We must also align all the plans and efforts made by all the institutions for one same goal. This is one of the reflections that we can take home. And last, and it's been mentioned already, but I think it's crucial that the community continues to be part for every discussion, not only at the end, but should be part of the decision making, knowledge building, information capture. Many other communities are not consulted, but communities should be asked to help measure the rain, the levels, and it's crucial because that's where early alarm systems come. So it's something crucial. And last, I think we have to work together. There's no other way. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. It's been a very interesting panel, very interesting lessons. Unfortunately, we had the football match, Colombia against Bolivia, up in the mountain there. I don't know if the Colombians are watching it, but we would like to invite you to the La Merced Convento there. There is just a cocktail party there to wind down a little bit after this intense academic meeting. And tomorrow we're going to have a panel on maritime connectivity, one of the big topics of concern in the Caribbean. And it's worth listening also. High quality speakers, and it's important for you to attend. So I think you all know where the La Merced is, and if you don't, just follow me. walk you there.
Ahí vamos a ir a ver. Además les voy a decir algo, ahí está el monumento a las cenizas de García Márquez, ¿no? O sea, para los que no lo conocen, para que vayan y lo conozcan, ¿no?